right. Good morning. I am running on like fumes. Okay, fumes. All right. I just got to eating some breakfast. Okay. So we are going to be reading from Deuteronomy. All right. I'm going to be reading off. I am going to be reading from my phone. Okay. I'm gonna see how this is going to work. Because it's a bigger, bolder words, whatever. But just in case, I'm like slip up. I got the Bible right here just in case. All right, but I'll be reading for that. Okay. I am going to start having little head things because I was told that anytime you pray, the guy you're supposed to have your head covered, whatever. So I'm gonna be having like different types and try to entertain y'all with different hats or whatever. But at the same time, talking to my heavenly Father, at the same time. So to each his own. I'm not asking y'all to do the same. I'm just saying that that's what I'm going to do. Okay, y'all don't have to worry about it. Okay. As far as the prayer the prayers is just going to come off the top. It's not nothing written, nothing like that. It's just straight off the dome. So it's. I just wanted to say that too. Okay. Um, Heavenly Father, bless all those that's in pain, mourning, hurting. Bless those that's feeling depressed. That's all the devil. And shoot, devil, shoot. Okay. Lord, bless us to be strong and find our purpose and live in our right minds. And it is God is love and love is faith. So we have to have faith and love, and that we all are destined to be happy. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. There we go. All right. So let's get started. I got a full day. I'm running off I've been on the road. Had to get rid of my babies. Not get rid of, but they were daddy for the summer, so I'm gonna be a little sad for a few days, but I'm gonna try to stay chipper. Okay. All right, let's get started. All right, I did say Deuteronomy. All right. These are the words which Moses spake unto all Israel behind the Jordan in the wilderness, in the Arabah over against Soup, between Paran and Topel. Okay, let me let you know now. Some of these words, look, I wasn't speaking that type of language back in that day. So, if y'all want to get the proper, follow, get your Bibles out, and then y'all follow, and then y'all can get the proper terminology. All right. And Laban and Hazrot and Dizahab. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And I know these words might get you discouraged, like you want to just throw like, hey, nah, I can't read, but not that there's like purpose in everything, something. But the Bible has some truth. Does it have like just like it has some of man-made implementations? Is to provide discouragement, but also enlighten. So, because read between the lines. Anyway, keep trying. That's all I'm saying. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spake unto the children of Israel according unto all that Jehovah had given him in commandment unto them. After he had smitten Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who dwelt in Ashtaroth at Edrei, beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, Jehovah our God spake unto us in Horeb, saying, Ye have dwelt long enough in this mountain. Turn you and take your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and unto all the places high thereunto in the Arabah, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the south, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites, in Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you, and go in and possess the land which Jehovah swore unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give unto them and to their seed after them. All right, this is from the Bible app, by the way, if y'all didn't. Deuteronomy 9. And I spake unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. Jehovah your God hath multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Let me also read that again. Let me see. Jehovah your God hath multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Jehovah, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as ye are, and bless you as he hath promised you. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? Take you, wise men, and understanding and known according to your tribes, and I will make them heads over you. Deuteronomy 14. And ye answered me and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads over you, captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, and captains of fifties, and captains of tens, and officers according to your tribe. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, Here, the causes between your brethren, and judge righteously between a man and his brother, and the sojourner that is with him. Ye shall not respect persons in judgment. Ye shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. And the cause that is too hard for you, ye shall bring unto me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things which ye should do. And we journeyed from Horeb and went through all that great and terrible wilderness which ye saw by the way to the hill country of the Amorites, as Jehovah our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said unto you, Ye are come unto the hill country of the Amorites, which Jehovah our God giveth unto us. Behold, Jehovah thy God hath set the land before thee. Go up, take possession, as Jehovah the God of thy fathers hath spoken unto thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, Let us send men before us, that they may search the land for us, and bring us word again of the way by which we must go up, and the cities unto which we shall come. Deuteronomy 23. And the thing pleased me well, and I took 12 men of you, one man for every tribe. And they turned and went up into the hill country, and came unto the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, It is a good land which Jehovah our God giveth unto us. Yet ye would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God. And ye murmured in your tents, and said, Because Jehovah hated us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the land of the Amorites, to destroy us. Whither are we going up? Our brethren have made our heart to melt, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said unto you, Dread not, neither be afraid of them. Deuteronomy 1:30. Jehovah your God, who goeth before you, he will fight for you according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. And in the wilderness, where thou hast seen how that Jehovah thy God bare thee as a man doth bear his son, in all the way that ye went until ye came unto this place. Yet in this thing ye did not believe Jehovah your God, who went before you in the way to seek you out a place to pitch your tents in fire by night. Okay, I gotta start that over. Deuteronomy 1:33. who went before you in the way to seek you out a place to pitch your tents in, and fire by night, to show you by what way ye should go, and in the cloud by day. And Jehovah heard the voice of your words and was wroth, and swear, saying, surely there shall not one of these men. Okay. Sometimes I feel like they just be adding words where they don't need to. So, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see the good land, which I swear to give unto your fathers, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath wholly followed Jehovah. Also, Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, saying, thou also shalt not go in thither. Joshua the son of Nun, who standeth before thee, he shall go in thither. Encourage thou him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones that ye said should be a prey, and your children that this day have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. Then ye answered and said unto me, we have sinned against Jehovah. We will go up and fight according to all that Jehovah our God commanded us. And ye girded on every man his weapons of war, and were forward to go up into the hill country. And Jehovah said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I spake unto you, and ye hearkened. See, that's hearkened it. Hearkened not, but ye rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah, and were presumptuous, and went up into the hill country. And the Amorites that dwelt in the hill country came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and beat you down in Seir, even unto Hormah. And ye returned and wept before Jehovah, but Jehovah hearkened not to your voice, nor gave ear unto you. So he abode in Kadesh many days, according unto days. Okay, where I'm at. Okay, no. I went the wrong way. Okay, go back. See, this is that's one thing about these apps. Okay, I went too far. All right, go back there. All right, Deuteronomy. Just read me the first. All right, let's go to 2. All right, if I missed the verse, yeah, I got the book. Yeah, go back and read it. Deuteronomy 2. Then let me see if I hit the arrow and I go to 3. Okay, there we go. All right. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea, as Jehovah spake unto me. And we compassed Mount Seir many days. And Jehovah spake unto me, saying, ye have compassed this mountain long enough. Turn you northward, and command thou the people, saying, ye are to pass through the border of your brethren, the children of Esau, that dwell in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Take ye, go heed unto yourselves, therefore. Take ye good heed unto yourself, therefore. I mean, why you got to say the okay. All right, Deuteronomy 2:5. Contend not with them, for I will not give you of their land, no, not so much as for the sole of the foot to tread on, because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for a possession. Ye shall purchase food of them for money, that ye may eat, and ye shall also buy water of them for money, that ye may drink. For Jehovah thy God hath blessed thee in all the work of thy hand. He hath known thy walking through this great wilderness. These 40 years Jehovah thy God hath been with thee, thou hast lacked nothing. So we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, that dwell in Seir, from the way of the Arabah, from Elath and from Ezion Geber. Oh, how these extras. And we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And Jehovah said unto me, vex not Moab, neither contend with them in battle. You see how he telling them what to do. You know what I'm saying? Don't just go do this, that. Don't fuck with nobody. Don't fuck the kid. Don't fuck with nobody. I'm telling you. And you say, but people, you know what I'm saying? People make choices. Choices. It's freedom of choice. You get motherfuckers fucked up. All right. Where was I? Let me see. Deuteronomy 2:9. And Jehovah said unto me, vex not Moab, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give thee of his land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. The Emim dwelt there aforetime, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. These also are accounted Rephaim as the Anakim, but the Moabites called them Emim. Lord. 2:12. The Horites also dwelt in Seir aforetime, but the children of Esau succeeded them, and they destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead, as Israel did unto the land of his possession, which Jehovah gave unto them. Now rise up and get you over the brook Zered. And we went over the brook Zered. In the days in which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over the brook Zered. Where, yes, see, you can tell, like, they just need to remove some words. I think a lot of people read this more. It's just, okay, I'm going to work on that. Let me see. Rewriting the Bible for the children to read. Adults too, because this, okay. Until all the generation of the men of war were consumed from the midst of the camp, as Jehovah sware unto them. Moreover, the hand of Jehovah was against them to destroy them from the midst of the camp until they were consumed. Deuteronomy 2:16. So it came to pass when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people, that Jehovah spake unto me, saying, thou art this day to pass over Ar, the border of Moab, and when thou comest nigh over against the children of Ammon, vex them not, nor contend with them, for I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon for a possession, because I have given it unto the children of Lot for possession. That also is accounted a land of Rephaim. Rephaim dwelt therein aforetime, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumim. Okay, y'all see that word, Zamzumim. Okay. 21. Deuteronomy 2. Okay. A people great and many and tall as the Anakim. Oh, I'm sorry. What's up, Triple? How you doing? Let me add that. Okay. Moab, Chinese agent. All right. I got to write that down. Hold on. Let me get this, because that explains something right quick. Let me get my book right. All right, I'll be good. Because I'm going to bring it all back around, okay? I'm going to bring it all back around. I am great. I'm sad a little bit the kids gone, but with their daddy. You don't plan, like, people don't just wake up one morning and plan for divorces and stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm such a mommy, it's like crazy. I don't even know what to do by myself, but you know what I'm saying? So it's like to take them at a distance and we work this out like much love, but I don't think people are meant to raise children alone. So, and God's showing me that. But when you don't go according to his plan and you pick your own plan, sometimes the kids is just the product of your own goddamn fuck up. So it's like, okay, but yeah. But I'm not bitter. I wish him well. I love him. He cool. We got okay, Moab, Chinese, Asian. Okay. Yeah, because I want us to learn, like, everybody learning together. You want to be in company of people who, that you can grow with, not nobody that, that's dumbing you down. All right, let's get back to it. 2:21, Deuteronomy. A people great and many and tall as the Anakim, but Jehovah destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead, as he did for the children of Esau that dwell in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead, even unto this day. And the Avim that dwelt in villages as far as Gaza, the Captorium, and came forth of the captor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Rise ye up, take your journey, and pass over the valley of the Arnon. Behold, I have given into thy hands Sihon, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and this land began to possess it and contend with them in battle. This day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the fear of thee upon the peoples that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear the report of thee and shall tremble and be anguished because of thee. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedmoth unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, and words of peace. Let me pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will turn neither unto the right hand nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me food for money, but I may eat, and I give me water for money that I may drink. Only let me pass through on my feet. It looked like they would write rhymes and everything. Uh-oh. More by Esau equals white man. All right. I'm going to hold you to this. I'm looking at all that because it just puts together, like, if I wanted to rewrite the Bible in a more literary fashion for everybody to read, I can say, and the white man. But black man got problems too. Everybody got problems, but it's all relative because you think the first God created a person, a Chinese person, or Asian person. Everybody's a product of their environment. So, but we all go with these labels. So, okay, how do we know Esau is a white man? Because of what they saw. How Asians grew up, what they migrated. Everybody migrated. So it's like, you got to see, it for a full circle. Like, you ain't like me, you ain't like me. Well, I mean, God didn't create a rainbow person, like with the different elements. He created man and woman, which is a part of man. He took that rib and went that way. Hey, hey, beautiful. So you got to, realize that, like, when people say, talk about us, them versus, it's like, okay, so when God created man, he created a rainbow, you gotta make sense. Everybody is a product of their environment. That's the color. And then we like labels. In this is America, this is a worldly thing, labels, so hey, you're Asian because your country Asia, and because y'all didn't have to open your eyes that your eyes grew, like we can go all day with subject matter, what I'm saying, but at the end of the day, it's like we all came from one. So whether if that's Esau was in the womb, well, who else? What I'm saying? Who was in the womb? What I'm saying? We was all rumbling in the room, but it was already planned. God's plan all day. That's what they say. Y'all know the saying, God smiles when you make plans. You know what I'm saying? He be like, what you fuck my what? So what I got right here, you saying ain't gonna work? All right, let's get going. All right, so Deuteronomy 2, where we at? Okay. All right, okay, let's vote. Deuteronomy 2:28. 29. As for the children of Esau that dwell in Seir, and the Moabites that dwell in Ar did unto me, and I shall pass over the Jordan into the land which Jehovah our God giveth us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, will not let us pass by him. For Jehovah thy God hardened his spirit and made his heart abstinent, and he might deliver him into thy hand, as this day. And Jehovah said unto me, Behold, I have begun to deliver up Sihon and his land before thee. Begin to possess it, that thou mayest inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us and all his people unto battle at Jahaz. Okay, I wanted to tell y'all and just remind us there's somebody that we know in all of these people we talk about, for real, like, getting the crossover, um, getting played, jealousy, all behind women, men, fights, battling. This is all in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? Like shit that reality TV, but this is just, how they did it back in the day. And it's like we know somebody that probably knows somebody that does this, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, to say that we know we can't be saved or we can't be forgiven. God had to deal with all of this shit back in the day. You know what I'm saying? We just lucky we wasn't trying, wandering in the wilderness or getting slapped in the back with a goddamn, whipping shit. Because I know I would have fainted. Like, I can't take it. I only can take it the right way, not no evil type of whipping. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like my ass would have. I know I would have threw a rock back or something. You know what I'm saying? I know I would have been fucked up because I would have tried to whoop a bitch. I wish you. I'm out here all fucking day working, and you gonna hit me on the back. You know what I'm saying? You gonna make me bleed out? I'm sure I need my back. You need your back when you working, lifting. They was building shit. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, and you sitting on a horse with some water and shit. I'm thirsty as hell, and you gonna whip my ass with the goddamn switch. Oh, I would have been put. I've been like, Mom, Dad, sorry. I mean, I'm out. Whoop that motherfucker. So we just gotta understand we a lot less than the normal. So, all right, let's get back. I'm gonna press on highlight. Okay, so 2:33. And Jehovah our God delivered him up before us, and we smote him and his sons and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time and utterly destroyed every inhabited city with the women and the little ones. We left none remaining. Only the cattle we took for prey unto ourselves, with the spoil of the cities which we had taken from Or, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and from the city that is in the valley, even unto Gilead. There was not a city too high for us. Jehovah our God delivered up all before us, only to the land of the children of Ammon. Ammon. Thou camest not near all the side of the river Jabbok, in the cities of the hill country, and whosoever Jehovah our God forbade us. All right, let me read that one more time. Deuteronomy 2:37. Only to the land of the children of Iman thou camest not near, all the side of the river Jabbok, all the side of the river Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, and whosoever Jehovah our God forbade it. Okay. Deuteronomy 3:1. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, not for I have delivered him and all his people in his land into thy hand, and thou shalt not do as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon. So Jehovah our God delivered into our hand, uh, and we smote him unto none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them. 80 cities, all the region of Orgob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were all these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars. Besides unwalled towns, a great many. And we utterly and everybody had to go. I know we'd be like sad when people pass and everything, but it happened. Past, present, future. It's gonna happen. Where the world? It's how we close the cycle. So we're gonna keep this repeating cycle until we close it. But Deuteronomy 3:7. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey unto ourselves, and we took the land at that time out of the hand of the two kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon unto Mount Hermon, which Hermon the Sidonians called Syrian, and all the Amorites called it Sinir. Deuteronomy 3:10. All the cities of the plain and all Gilead, and all Bashan unto Selkah. Is this a tongue twister right now? And Idri, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, this bestead was a bestead of iron. It is not in Rabbah of the children of Ammon. 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man. See, some of this don't even really be like explaining. Like, let's just keep focused on what's going on. So that okay, let's start. 3:12. In this land we took in possession at that time, from Arar, which is by the valley of the Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead, and the cities thereof gave unto the Reubenites and to the Gadites, and the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, gave unto the half tribe of Manasseh. It's like y'all repeating the same thing. You could have put, okay, in all the region of Argob, even all Bashan. The same is called the land of Rephaim. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all of the region of Argob unto the border of the Geshurites and the Mecatites. Okay. And called them even Bashan after his own name. Havot. Okay, I'm apologize now. I'm gonna be messing up all these names. This wasn't written for this day of language. It was back. I'm probably pronouncing it all wrong, but my bad. And I gave Gilead unto Machir, and unto the Reubenites and unto the Gadites I gave from Gilead even unto the valley of the Arnon, the middle of the valley and the border thereof, even unto the river of Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, the Arabah also in the Jordan and the border thereof, from Chinnereth unto even unto the sea of the Arabah. Whoo! I need some water. The seesaw under the slopes of Pisgah, eastward. All right, don't spend too much time on a word you can't pronounce. Just keep it moving and come back later. That's for test two, everything. If you're taking the test, or don't dwell on it because you end up wasting time. Just, all right, put a little dot, a little marker, and come back. But if you only got like 10, 15 minutes, do that shit the other way. You gotta go. Choose one out of 50% chance. Choose the 50. All right. 3:18. And I commanded you at that time, saying, Jehovah your God hath given you this land to possess it. Ye shall pass over armed before your brethren, the children of Israel, all the men of valor. It said the children of Israel, all the men of valor. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, I know that ye have much cattle, shall abide in your cities which I have given you, until Jehovah give rest unto your brethren as unto you, and they also possess the land which Jehovah your God giveth them beyond the Jordan. Then shall ye return every man unto his possession, which I have given you. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, Thine eyes have seen all that Jehovah your God hath done unto these two kings. So shall Jehovah do unto all the kingdoms whither thou goest over. Ye shall not fear them, for Jehovah your God, it is that fighting. Okay, let me read it again. 3:22. Ye shall not fear them, for Jehovah your God, it is that fighteth for you. You just said Jehovah God fight for you. Like, why you gotta All right. And I besought Jehovah at that time, saying, O Lord Jehovah, thou hast begun to show thy servant thy greatness and thy strong hand, for what God is there in heaven or in earth that can do according to thy works and according to thy mighty acts. Let me go over, I pray thee, and see the good land that is beyond the Jordan, godly, that goodly mountain and Lebanon. But Jehovah was worked with me for your sakes. But Jehovah was wroth with me for your sakes, and hearkened not unto me. And Jehovah said unto me, Let it suffice thee. Speak no more unto me of this matter. Get thee up unto the top of Pisgah, and lift up thine eyes westward, and northward, and southward, and eastward, and behold with thine eyes, for thou shalt not go over this Jordan. But charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he should not go before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which thou shalt see. So we abode in the valley over against Bethpor. So we abode in the valley over against Bethpor. Oh my God. For and now, O Israel, hearken unto the statutes and unto the ordinance which I teach you, to do them, that ye may live and go and possess the land which Jehovah, the God of your fathers, giveth you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish from it, and ye may keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Jehovah did because of Baal-peor. For all the men that followed Baal-peor, Jehovah thy God hath destroyed them from the midst of thee. But ye that did cleave unto Jehovah your God are alive, every one of you, this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and ordinances, even as Jehovah my God commanded me, that ye shall do in the midst of the land whither ye go in to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples, that shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that hath a God so nigh unto them as Jehovah our God is whensoever we call upon him? And what great nation is there that hath statutes and ordinance so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? With nation, it's like subliminal messages, you know what I'm saying? Because we are so many different nations. Everybody got their own nuclear powers. Everybody got there's so much conflict. And you would think that, why we couldn't just, why we can't dwell, why we can't just help one another as different nations, But it's like, it doesn't have much to do with the people per se. It's who they choose as leadership, and we can fight and fuss as all we want, we don't care, whatever. But if you're gonna live in a country or in a nation, some nations don't even have the right to, vote or don't even have a say. And fuck the people, you in order, we done killed the dictator, whatever. So it's like the little things people don't really take into account. It's like, yeah, we work so hard to get money to then hold on to it. It's like you supposed to get it and then help. Because why not? You act like you got about 10 more years on this earth. You know what I'm saying? That dumb motherfucker you pass on the street might be that dumb motherfucker you hit one day, and your life over, and you got $10 billion in the bank, and you looking like, okay, damn, I thought I had a couple of more years. No, anything can happen, especially when you put money over God. You're like, all right, well, I'll let you watch this money get spent by everybody else on the outside of jail. Okay. All right, let's move. Deuteronomy 4:9. Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes saw, and lest they depart from thy heart all these days of thy life. But make them known unto thy children and thy children's children, the day that thou stoodest before Jehovah thy God in Horeb, when Jehovah said unto me, assemble me the people, and I will make them hear my words, and they may learn to fear me all the days that they live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. I got something to say quick too. Like with kids, you can't just show up one day in religious. You got to talk about it, and and nurture your kids like, hey, have faith in yourself. Where if they don't have that instilled, how when times get hard, they're gonna know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you fucked up. It's like if you're not being talked about it or um, manifested in their environment, then how they gonna know just like when it's time to get rough or they feeling bad. They didn't hear mama talking about God or they didn't hear daddy talking about God. So why you don't think they gonna turn to the hustler? Cause that dude over all consistent. That dude always on the corner, or that dude is what I'm saying? You gotta think about these things like, everything is a product within itself. So when it comes down to your children, and you say, oh, they didn't have no mama, we didn't have no parents at home, then how they gonna find? They find God how? If it wasn't talked about. So you gotta be diligent every day. Letting them know their self worth, or to be not so much independent but giving as well. It's a collaborative effort. So just understand that, and make sure you try to implement that, because children are sponges, so they get so much, violence or negativity when they're young, then they exude it when they get older. But if you nurture it and positive and give them their self worth early, then they're gonna be more protective when they get older of it, and just not letting anybody in that energy, because it's possible. All right. Deuteronomy 4:11. Oh no, I got a lot to go, but we'll be all right. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the heart of heaven, with darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. And Jehovah spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of words, but ye saw no form, only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded it you to perform, commanded you to perform. Take ye therefore good heed, lest ye be corrupt, lest ye corrupt yourselves, and make you a likeness of a male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that fleeth in the heavens, and the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that's in the water under the earth. And least thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, thou be drawn away and worship them, and serve them which Jehovah thy God hath allotted unto all the peoples under the whole heaven. But Jehovah hath taken you allotted unto all the peoples under the whole heaven. But Jehovah had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of importance, people of inheritance, as that as at this day. Furthermore, Jehovah was angry with me for your sakes, and swear that I should not go over the Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. Continue 4:22. But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take it, Jordan. Don't Jordan got oil in it? I'm gonna look that up. Look at look up Jordan, because it talks about like a lot of people being land issue possession. Now what we did with it was, he's like, tis, tis, tis. Okay. Because it's like everybody's so caught on Africa. Yeah, this are different centuries, but everything was a mind came from Africa, came from moving. So, but what was the origination? That's, like all of this are different centuries, but everything was a migration. You see everybody moving. So, but what was the origination? That's not home to a lot of people. People, please stand. 423. Which he made with you, and make you a graven image in the form of anything which Jehovah thy God hath forbidden thee. For Jehovah thy God is a devouring fire, a jealous God. So, like everybody who wake up, and want to be like man, a counterpart, brethren, or female who want to be like another female counterpart. This jealous God. Like, okay, so I'm chopped liver because you want to be like Beyonce. No, you are you, and Beyonce is Beyonce. That's her purpose to entertain, but your purpose is not to. Okay, I want to be Beyonce number two. I'm not gonna watch Beyonce number two. And who? I mean, like y'all, you got to think about that. Are you gonna watch two of the same people? I think not. It's like, come on. All shall children, and ye shall have been long in the land of anything, and shall do that which is evil in the sight of Jehovah thy God to provoke him to anger. I call heaven and earth. I use my Wi-Fi, but it's bouncing off either. Okay. I think that's okay. Turn up my brightness. Okay. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over the Jordan to possess it. We shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. And Jehovah will scatter you among the peoples, and ye shall be left few in number among the nations. Whether Jehovah shall lead you away of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. And thou shalt find him. You would learn if he helped you like that. Come on. You might get one time, but it's never of the same time. But then, he gets frustrated like we all do. We don't even like people like that. I said they're going to do something and they don't do it. So why you think he like that? For Jehovah thy God is a merciful God. Now they want to do I like the Bible app. I'm like, come on, man. I'm trying to read. All right. For Jehovah thy God is a merciful God. He will not fail thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers which he sware unto them. 432. For acts now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and from one end of heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or have been heard like it. Did ever a people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and live? Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Jehovah your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know that God, Jehovah, he is God. There is none else besides him. I just wanted to say quickly, like, there's some stuff that we still unexplainable. So why is it so hard to believe that we were made like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't even touch the sun. You can't touch the sun, son. Like, You can't. There's black holes. There's like the solar system is like. I mean, you hear people got to travel like leap years, like miles to each planet and stuff. Like this said, and none of them inhabitable. You know what I'm saying? It's like we the only like God took Earth. It's like okay, here you go. We don't. We probably like really. It's so hard to believe that we were created and we come from each other. There's really not a black, white, red. We all came from one. So okay, hold up. Let me see when my Wi-Fi keep hopping off my screen. Yeah, I'm plugging no battery. Okay, but why it's not working? Good. Let me see. All right. I thought we were connected. Let me see something. All right, my password. Okay, there we go. But why it's not acting right? All right, come on. Okay, that one low. Let me just go back to where I was. All right, yeah. It says your connection is unstable. Let me get it back on point. Sorry if it's making it a butthole, but let me turn my Wi-Fi off because it keeps like jumping. All right, let me finish this up so we won't be all day. All right, there we go. All right, so we are on Deuteronomy 4. Let me see. It was in 433. Okay, we're gonna start at 432. All right. For acts now of the past next for acts now of the days Deuteronomy 432. For acts now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and from one end of the heaven unto the other. Okay, we read that. We're gonna go to 35. Unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know, I keep saying mightiest, that thou mightest know that Jehovah, He is God. There is none else beside Him. All right, 36. Out of the heaven He made thee to hear His voice, that He might instruct thee. And upon earth He made thee to see His great fire, and thou heardest His words out of the midst of the fire. And because He loved thy fathers, therefore He chose their seed after them, and brought thee out of His presence with His great power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as at this day. Know before this day, and lay it to thy heart, that Jehovah He is God in heaven above and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. And thou shalt keep His statutes and His commandments, which I command thee this day. And it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee. And that's another way. Children is can be a product of your environment. Like, if you do wrong, then your children might be a product of, your ass doing wrong. But you don't need to beat it out of them. You just need to, all right, yeah, I know I fucked up. All right, kids might be a little fucked up because my fucked up, but we're gonna work through it. But I'm not condoning children violence and that, but they will get their ass whipped. Okay. Um, then Moses, we on 440. And thou shalt keep His statutes and His commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days in the land, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee forever. Then Moses set apart 3 cities beyond the Jordan toward the sun rising, that the manslayer might flee thither, that slayeth his neighbor unawares and hating him not in time past, and that flaring unto one of these cities he might live, namely Bezir in the wilderness, in the plain country, for the Reubenites, and Ramah in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. 444. And this is the law which Moses set before and this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Moses spake unto the children of Israel when they came forth out of Egypt, beyond the Jordan, in the valley, over against Bethpor, in the land of the Sihon king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote when they came forth out of Egypt. And they took his land in possession, and the land of Og king of Bashan, the two kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan toward the sun rising, from Ur, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, the same is Hermon, and all the Araba beyond the Jordan eastward, even unto the sea of the Araba, under the slopes of Pisgah. Okay, I understand why they break all that down now. Okay, so what they're saying is like, they're describing like the borders, the measurements. Like, okay, your land is from here right till you get to the tip of the goddamn which, and then this right here, because in part of the land, these other, like, so I get it. Okay, I get it now. All right, we on Deuteronomy 5. Broke that down like this is where y'all supposed to be. Okay. And Moses called unto all Israel. Hold on, let me turn off the air conditioner. Now I'm getting cold. I'll be waiting till the last minute to do things. Like I got a paper to write and stuff on class. But I do my best work last minute. Okay, get some peanut. All right, so we was on Deuteronomy 5:2. Jehovah our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. Jehovah made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. Jehovah spake with you face to face in the mount of the midst of the fire. I stood between Jehovah and you at that time to show you the word of Jehovah. For ye were afraid because of the fire, and went not up unto the mount, saying, I am Jehovah thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee a graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above. Like money, a lot of y'all put money over God. Like, God, y'all be depressed and everything. God, y'all move like you can do better. You hear yourself and then you're like, nah, but this money, all right, what are you gonna do if you don't? And money gonna be spent by all your children. They're gonna be partying up all because your ass want to have a heart attack trying to live in your way. Okay. We'll be at all right. 5:9. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them, for I, Jehovah thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity. All right, that's another thing. Like, anybody, if you're feeling uncomfortable in a relationship, it's probably not just a relationship. I mean, why do you feel comfortable to be yourself? Whether it's to, pass gas or to, go take a dump on that toilet, if you got all of those energies that you might have to, I might have to hold it in just a little bit longer, dealing with him. all that adjustments, that's just picking away at yourself, because God looking at you like, you don't have a problem, cutting the shits when I'm around, letting it out, fine, all of that. But you trying to adapt your environment for this dude. Okay. All right. 5:9. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Jehovah thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the third and upon the fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing loving kindness unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Jehovah thy God in vain, for Jehovah will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as Jehovah thy God commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath unto Jehovah thy God, and that thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy man servant, nor thy maid servant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of the cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. Now, you can take that a many different ways, but it's only one perception, rest. Everybody needs your soul, everything, rest. And you can't get that much. You got to get up and be doing something on Sunday, cutting the yard. Sunday is made for the hardest working outdoorsman or whatever, or, let's go, do this. No, you're supposed to be resting, and rest can be in your mind, body, spirit. Read a book, close your eyes, meditate, become more one. That's why he's not asking you to go be at church and who to put the most donations in the basket. He said meet up. But you still need the rest. Y'all made Sunday but that's why some churches made it on Saturdays, because Sunday is the day to rest. You're supposed to be up, driving, moving with it, But Jesus, y'all know what's best. That's what God be like. I said it right there, what to do, but so and so gonna make it a different plan. All right. 5:15. And thou shalt remember that thou waste a servant in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah thy God brought thee out thence by a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore Jehovah thy God commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day. Honor thy mother. Deuteronomy 5:16. Honor thy father and thy mother, as Jehovah thy God commanded thee, that thy days may be long, and that it may go well with thee in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery, neither shalt thou steal, neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. He tell you that commandment is true. Why you envying another person is opportunity for you. If you took that energy that you give in the negative for the positive, just take the same energy you giving, like, look at his lame ass with his fine ass wife with they nice ass cars and they nice, all that shit. You got your nose to that. You could be looking up something, doing something, all that energy. You got to understand, hate breeds hate, hurt breeds hurt. Positive bring positive results. 5:22. These words Jehovah spake unto all of your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice, and he handed no more. He wrote them upon 2 tables of stone and gave them unto me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, that ye came near unto me, when even all the heads of your tribes and your elders And ye said, Behold, Jehovah our God has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God doth speak with man, and he liveth. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of Jehovah our God any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that hath heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and lived? Go thou near and hear all that Jehovah our God shall say, and speak thou unto us all that Jehovah our God shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. Look, I've seen a lot of people come around talking about God spoke to me, God told me, whatever. God speaks, you know, do fire. So are you got somebody lighting fires and talking, you know what I'm saying? Like, so what are you saying? Then there's spiritual messages, you know, like from the angels. They do the footwork, you know, he's soldiers. It's levels to this, you know what I'm saying? It's God, you know, because his son already died, you know what I'm saying? It's saying, you know, it's left hand, right hand. Like I said, there's rooms on each side. He already got his son up with him. You know what I'm saying? So we hate right hand man. Like, hey, here we go. But anyway, um, so you know, Jesus died for our sins. So then you have the you know, the people that you know that our loved ones that go, you know, some don't, some make it. Some of y'all talking, y'all think y'all talk to your loved ones, y'all talking to them, you know, the people, the spirits, you know, that's bringing this negative, you know, you talking to those negative spirits, or it's like if you know they made it to the gates, you know what I'm saying, and they got through, then that's the angels, you know, the stars, you know, because I mean, you notice you can't touch a star, right? So you can't touch the spirit. You can't touch, you know, it's levels to it. So they come and those are your little intuitions or, you know, things that be like, am I tripping? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's that type of, you know, medium going on. So at the end of the day, it's like, you know, the shoulda, couldas, or, you know, your people that's still with you who come check on you, you know, they go and do their thing and they check on you, or some of them don't leave you. Some of them stay with you and be like, you know, helping you through some things, you know. So let me move on. 5:28. And Jehovah heard the voice of your words, and when ye spake unto me, and Jehovah said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that I might be well with them and with their children forever. So he's saying, you know, y'all always come and y'all talk, you know, about the crisis that's going on right now. But if you follow the commandments, you know, and sent, you know, shot me out a couple of times, would you be in this crisis? Because some you did in that crisis moment didn't go with the commandments. All them commandments, just like, you know, you should be straight. But like something in those commandments that you didn't follow that got you in a crisis and calling for him now. Because people that's following those commandments know that God wouldn't want the time. You know, ain't trying to disappoint or be like, you know, ain't gonna make the same mistake twice. But people that's going in that continuous cycle, it's like, okay, who you were talking to again? Like that's what's like. Okay, you were talking to me because you done did this shit 2-3 times. You was talking to some negative motherfucker that told you some wrong shit. Because I wouldn't have you. I wouldn't have you now. God don't make mistakes. Okay. I don't know why I keep eating these. And I gotta talk this rude. Sorry. I know that if I snack more, it's good with, you know, losing weight. All right. Well, I'm gonna come on. I need to get another show for this. Okay. 5:31. But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandment and the statutes and the ordinance which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do therefore as Jehovah your God hath commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall in the way, walk in all the way which Jehovah your God hath commanded you. Yet, okay, 33. Ye shall walk in all the way which Jehovah your God hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Now, this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinance which Jehovah your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. That thou mightest fear, I keep saying mightest, okay, that thou mightest fear Jehovah thy God to keep all his statutes and his commandment, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, and all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear, therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as Jehovah, the God of thy fathers, hath promised unto thee, in a land flowing with milk and honey. What land that we know of grows milk and honey? Hear, O Israel, Jehovah our God is one Jehovah, and thou shalt love Jehovah thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be upon thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be for the frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates. It's like, show them, like when you live in and, you get blessed, you need to have a presence of God, his words. You don't even have to be the pictures. I know people be like black, white, whatever. You just show your kids so they can wake up, see it, talk about, it's a constant delivery, so they be okay, yeah, God is real, look what he's doing for my, it's like it's a cycle, just like a repeating cycle. You got to get up and go to work and work for the man. You make sure you're on time. You need to give thanks to God because you're able to. Okay. And it shall be when Jehovah thy God, 6:10, and it shall be when Jehovah thy God shall bring thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities, which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things, which thou fillest not, and cisterns hewn out, which thou hewedest not, vineyards and olive trees, which thou plantedest not, and thou shalt eat and be full. Then beware lest thou forget Jehovah, who brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear Jehovah thy God, and him shalt thou serve, and shalt swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods of the peoples that are round about you. For Jehovah thy God in the midst of thee is a jealous God, lest the anger of Jehovah thy God be kindled against thee, and he destroy thee from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Jehovah your God as ye tempted him in Massa. Yet, 6:17, ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Jehovah your God, and his testimonies and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee, and thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Jehovah, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which Jehovah sware unto thy fathers, to thrust out all thine enemies from before thee, as Jehovah hath spoken. 6:20, when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statute and the ordinance which Jehovah our God hath commanded you. Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And Jehovah showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his house before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence that he might bring us in to give us the land which he sware unto our fathers. And Jehovah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Jehovah our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as at this day. And it shall be righteousness unto us if we observe to do all this commandment before Jehovah our God as he hath commanded us. Deuteronomy 7. When Jehovah thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and shall cast out many nations before thee, the Hittite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzonite, and the Havite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when Jehovah thy God shall deliver them up before thee, and thou shalt smite them, then thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. Now, it's like, you see right there how we got these arranged marriages, whatever. Nobody hold nobody accountable. It says you're supposed to be doing that, Sam. None of that. And, the sex trafficking and all of that shit, it's like, just start in these little things. When you give an inch, take by, the kids can be, the law, they're not legal until they're 16 or 15 in most states. Every state got like different laws. No, that's bullshit. But these are all man-made. Everybody elected, vote, whatever. Okay, and then the product after the fact. When you didn't let your voice be heard, or somebody didn't say, that shit ain't right. 16 ain't old. 18, hell, is barely. Y'all got motherfuckers still in the house out 20, 25, that still don't know nothing. So, it's like, let's make it more let them be 25. Well, hell, I was 18, I lived once. Yeah, but your day is different than this day. We go through another damn cycle, and here we go. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all want to wait till shit abrupt to happen. We shouldn't wait till something happens to do something. We should correct it, before it happened. Or like you plan, like, United States, they have a plan for any attack, or nuclear, and they do, they do missions or whatever, just like Korea, everybody do training. So it's like, well, why are we not doing that? Why is this a military tactic? This should be an everyday tactic. All right. 7:4. For he will turn away from thy son from following me. Okay. Yeah, 7:4. For he will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of Jehovah be kindled against you, and he will destroy thee quickly. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall break down their altars, and dash in pieces their pillars, and hew down their Asherim, and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto Jehovah thy God. Jehovah thy God hath chosen thee to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples that are upon the face of the earth. Jehovah did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in a number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all peoples. But because Jehovah loveth you, and because he will keep the oath which he swore unto your fathers, hath Jehovah brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh king of Egypt. Now therefore that Jehovah thy God, he is God, the faithful God, who keepeth covenant and loving kindness with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hated him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandment and the statutes and the ordinance which I command thee this day to do them. Now God ain't playing no games right here. When he made that, because he's like, okay, look, for all you think you're doing, or you think you're knowing, or the buttercups, or whatever you're doing, from work down outside, snobbish, being your nose up, whatever. If you're not gonna keep what his word, why you think you should prosper? Because he made what you're trying to strive for. So how you gonna do it without him? 7:12. And it shall come to pass, because ye hearken to these ordinances and keep and do them, that Jehovah thy God will keep with thee the covenant and the loving kindness which he swore unto thy fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy ground, thy grain and thy new wine and thy oil, the increase of thy cattle, and the young of thy flock, in the land which he swore unto the fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all peoples. There shall there shall not be male or female barren among you or among your cattle. And Jehovah will take away from thee all sickness and none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knowest will he put upon thee, but will lay them upon all them that hate thee. Now, just before we get a little further, I want to comment on that one, because he's like, you know, we got all this modern medicine and everybody saying facts and facts and statistics, but there's still that the scientists can't even explain. So it's like, why you don't think that, we got all of these type of herbal medicines, or, different, some people were saved by orthodox medicine, religious or whatever, you know, eh, whatever. God was laying hands back then. He didn't call, stat, knife. He was putting hands on people. So why you don't think that he might, gave some of his children, certain gifts, that people might, quote unquote, because they're scared, they call it weird, and they, shoot it down. And because we got that, quote, like a follow mentality, you go with the flow, and when you're feeling like it's wrong, but everybody has different purposes, healing purposes. And a lot of people turn to the herbal medicine to be laid and chilled back. None of that was developed in a factory, but it helps a lot of damn problems, don't it? Okay. 7:16. And thou shalt consume all of the peoples that Jehovah thy God shall deliver unto thee. Thine eyes shall not pity them, neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee. If thou shalt say in thy heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? Thou shalt not be afraid of them. Thou shalt well remember that what Jehovah thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt, the great trials which thine eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm whereby Jehovah thy God brought thee out. He talks about, like there was like before Pharaoh let the people go, look how many people died. Firstborns, you know, locusts attacks. He could have been, all of that was avoidable. But what kept his people? With Pharaoh, his that greed, that that control. That control. Pharaoh was a narcissist. He said, I ain't giving nobody. Take them, take the first, send black eyed, what locusts, let them eat up. No, you ain't getting none without fight. Look how many people had to go. And I mean, that's relevant to this. A lot of people in charge, it's not even about right, it's just about control. Jehovah thy God brought thee out, so shall Jehovah thy God do unto all the peoples of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, Jehovah thy God will send a hornet among them until they that are left and hide themselves perish from before thee. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, For Jehovah thy God is in the midst of thee, a great God and a terrible. And Jehovah thy God will cast out these nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But Jehovah thy God will deliver them up before thee, and will discomfit them with a great discomfiture until they be destroyed. He will deliver their kings into thy hand, and thou shalt make their name to perish from under heaven, and there shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, nor take it in unto thee, lest thou be snared therein. For it is an abomination to Jehovah thy God, and thou shalt not bring an abomination into thy house, and become a devoted thing like unto it. Thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a devoted thing. Deuteronomy 8. All the commandment which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Jehovah sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which Jehovah thy God hath led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble thee to prove thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or not. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by everything that proceeded out of the mouth of Jehovah doth man live. Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. And thou shalt consider in thy heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so Jehovah thy God chasteneth thee. And thou shalt keep the commandments of Jehovah thy God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For Jehovah thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive trees and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness, thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig copper. Damn, it's tongue twister. And thou shalt eat and be full, and thou shalt bless Jehovah thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Beware lest thou forget Jehovah thy God, in not keeping his commandments and his ordinance and his statutes, which I command thee this day, lest what thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein. And when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that hast is multiplied, then thy heart be lifted up, and thou forget Jehovah thy God, who brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, who led thee through the great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions, and thirsty ground where was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee to do thee good at thy latter end. Okay, I just want to comment on that part. Like he talk about like they did too much fuck shit, so he chastised them. But while they was wondering, they were still living, their feet never hurt. He fed them manna, and gave them. But it was like, y'all hurt me too. You know what I'm saying? Like it, just like it. How much do your daddy can take before he get in that ass? You know what I'm saying? So it's like be mindful. And then he talk about, eating and everything like bread. A lot of people say, oh, stay away from bread, whatever. He like, just, if everything and you living and you pure and everything, that should be the least of your worries, eating bread. You know, if you're taking care of your soul, you're doing the right work, the least of your worries should be about eating some damn food. But thou shalt remember, 8:18. But thou, no, I'm sorry. I was at 8:17. And least thou say in thy heart, my power and the might of my hand hath gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember Jehovah thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, and he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers as at this day. And it shall be, if thou shalt forget Jehovah thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, and testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish. As the nations that Jehovah maketh to perish before you, so shall ye perish, because ye would not hearken unto the voice of Jehovah your God. And God just say like this, look, I done gave you too many damn examples. And plus, I'm the father. You're supposed to listen to what I say, not no another man-made individual, because that man-made individual, um, you wouldn't really have to follow them because you follow the commandments, which is all good laws and statutes to live by. So it's like you wouldn't even be affecting the president or his values, whatever, if you live in the commandments, because those wouldn't cause you to be in harm's way, or to be affected by whatever the issues, And if it does become a problem, Christ suffered, so why wouldn't you suffer? You know what I'm saying? So you can have a story to tell and complete your purpose. And that goes for like, a lot of people living in these homes with, people who, they may not be in love with or playing with somebody hard, but they might have kids and they are taking out these, leading by example, might be saying you're doing negative or something right or wrong, and turn around and filter that into their generation or their relationship because they, didn't hear God, they saw a lot of deceit, hurt, crying, but all of that while they're still together. So it's like, and maybe that is so it can be confused. Deuteronomy 9. Hear, O Israel, thou art to pass over the Jordan this day to go into dispossessed nations greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fortified up to heaven, a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, who thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the sons of Anak. Know therefore this day that Jehovah thy God is he who goeth over before thee as a devouring fire. He will destroy them and he will bring them down before thee. So shalt thou drive them out and make them to perish quickly, as Jehovah hath spoken unto thee. Speak not thou in thy heart after that Jehovah thy God hath thrust them out from before thee, saying, for my righteousness Jehovah hath brought me in to possess this land. Whereas for the wickedness of these nations, Jehovah doth drive them out from before thee, not for thy righteousness or for the uprightness of thy heart dost thou go in to possess their land. But for the wickedness of these nations, Jehovah thy God doth drive them out from before thee, and that he may establish the word which Jehovah sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Now, therefore, that Jehovah thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thou art a stiff necked people. Yeah, that they said that we are stiff necked people. Remember, forget thou not how thou provokest Jehovah thy God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day thou wentest forth out of the land of Egypt until ye came unto this place. Ye have been rebellious against Jehovah. Also in Horeb ye provoked Jehovah to wrath, and Jehovah was angry with you to destroy you. 9:9. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant which Jehovah made with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water. And Jehovah delivered unto me the 2 tables of stone, written with the finger of God. And on them was written, according to all the words which Jehovah spake. Y'all know about fasting. This dude, he ain't eat no food or water for 40 days, 40 nights. Y'all pass the hell out. According to all the words which Jehovah spake with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. 9:11. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that Jehovah gave me the 2 tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant. And Jehovah said unto me, Arise, get thee down quickly from hence, for thy people that thou hast brought forth out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. So they had to see it to believe it, you know, and that ain't faith. That's not faith. I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Furthermore, Jehovah spake unto me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under heaven. And I will make of thee a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and I came down from the mount, and the mount was burning with fire. And the 2 tables of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, ye had sinned against Jehovah your God. Ye had made you a molten calf. Ye had turned aside quickly out of the way which Jehovah had commanded you. And I took hold of the 2 tables and cast them out of my 2 hands and brake them before your eyes. I fell down before Jehovah as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water because of all your sin which ye sinned in doing that which was evil in the sight of Jehovah to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure wherewith Jehovah was worked against you to destroy you. But Jehovah hearkened unto me that time also. And Jehovah was very angry with Aaron to destroy him. And I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. And I took your sin, the calf which ye had made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, grinding it very small until it was as fine as dust. And I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of the mount. 9:22. And at Taberah, and at Massa, and at Kibroth Hattava, ye provoked Jehovah to wrath. And when Jehovah sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, then he rebelled against the commandment of Jehovah your God, and he believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. Ye have been rebellious against Jehovah from the day that I knew you. So I fell down before Jehovah the 40 days and 40 nights that I fell down, because Jehovah had said he would destroy you. And I prayed unto Jehovah and said, O Lord Jehovah, destroy not thy people and thine inheritance, that thou hast redeemed through thy greatness, that thou hast brought forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember thy servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look out unto the stubbornness of this people, nor to their wickedness, nor to their sin, lest the land whence thou broughtest us out, say. Because Jehovah was not able to bring them into the land which he promised unto them, and because he hated them, he had brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are thy people and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest out by the great power and by thine outstretched hand, outstretched arm. Okay. Deuteronomy 10. All right. I know Deuteronomy got a lot of chapters, but we're going to get through it because it's not all about time. All right. Okay. I'm trying to remember Deuteronomy is the Old Testament. So, by the way. Okay. So, here we go. At that time, Jehovah said unto me, Hey, Hugh, these 2 tables of stone like unto the first and come up unto me into the mount and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were on the first tables, which thou barkest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and went up into the mount having the 2 tables in my hand. And he wrote on the tables according to the first writing the 10 commandments which Jehovah spake unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and Jehovah gave them unto me. And I turned and I came down from the mount and put the tables in the ark which I had made, and there they are as Jehovah commanded me. And there they are as Jehovah commanded me. 10:6. And the children of Israel journeyed from Bero being Jachan to Mosera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From hence they journeyed unto good day, and from good day to Japata, Betha, a land of brooks of water. 10:8. At that time, Jehovah set apart the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant, to stand before Jehovah, to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi had no portion nor inheritance with his brethren. Jehovah is his inheritance, according as Jehovah thy God spake unto him. And I stayed in the mount, as at the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, and Jehovah hearkened unto me that time. Jehovah would not destroy thee. And Jehovah said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people, and they shall go in, possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. And now, Israel, what doth Jehovah thy God require of thee, but to fear Jehovah thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Jehovah thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of Jehovah and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, unto Jehovah thy God belongeth heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth with all that is therein. Only Jehovah had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all peoples, as at this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Jehovah our God, he is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, the almighty and the terrible, who regardeth not persons nor taketh reward. He doth execute justice for the fatherless and widow, and loveth the sojourner, and giveth him food and raiment. Love ye before the sojourner, for ye were sojourners in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear Jehovah thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and by his name shalt thou swear. He is thy praise, and he is thy God that hath done for these things great and terrible things which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Jehovah thy God hath made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. Deuteronomy 11. Therefore, thou shalt love Jehovah thy God, and keep his charge, and his statutes, and his ordinance, and his commandments always. And know ye this day, for I speak not with your children that have not known, and that have not seen the chastisement of Jehovah your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, and his signs and his works, which he did in the midst of Egypt unto Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and unto all his land, and what he did unto the army of Egypt, unto their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how Jehovah had destroyed them unto this day, what he did unto you in the wilderness until you came unto this place, and what he did unto Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Elab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents, every living thing that followed them in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all of the great work of Jehovah which he did. Therefore shall he keep all the commandment. It's like, man, everybody, y'all saying we got history, we got skull bones, we got dinosaur bones. I'd be like, damn, you still need proof? All right. Where we at? 11. Therefore shall ye keep all the commandment which I command thee this day, that he may be strong and go in and possess the land, whether ye go over to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days in the land, which Jehovah sware unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land whither thou goest in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt, from whence ye came out. He's telling you that our land ain't over there, or is it? Okay. From whence you came out, where thou sowest thy seed, and water it with thy foot as a garden of herbs. But the land whither ye go over to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drink it water of the rain of heaven. Well, a land which Jehovah thy God careth, for the eyes of Jehovah thy God are always upon it from the beginning of the year even until the end of the year. And ye shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Jehovah your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy grain and thy new wine and thine oil. And I will give grass in thy fields for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, and the anger of Jehovah be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens so that there shall be no rain, and the land shall not yield its fruit, and ye perish quickly from off of the good land which Jehovah giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these words in your mouth, words in your look, I answered. Okay. 11:18. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and ye shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, talking of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon the gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children in the land of which Jehovah sware unto your fathers to give them as the days of the heavens above the earth. 11:22. For if ye shall diligently keep all this commandment which I command you to do, it to love Jehovah your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Jehovah drive out all these nations from before you, and ye shall dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. Every place whereon the sole of your foot shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river and the river of Euphrates, even unto the hinder sea shall be your border. There shall no man be able to stand before you. Jehovah your God shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon the land that ye shall tread upon, as he hath spoken unto you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if ye shall hearken unto the commandments of Jehovah your God, which I command you this day, and the curse, if ye shall not hearken unto the commandments of Jehovah your God, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other gods, which ye have not known, And it shall come to pass when Jehovah thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, that thou shalt set the blessing upon Mount Gerizim and the curse upon Mount Ebal. 11:30. Are they not beyond the Jordan, behind the way of the going down of the sun, in the land of the Canaanite that dwell in the Arabah over against Gilgal, beside the oaks of Moreh? Okay, like I said, for ye are to pass over the Jordan to go in to possess the land which Jehovah your God giveth you, and ye shall possess it and dwell therein, and ye shall observe to do all the statutes and the ordinance which I set before you this day. These are the statutes and the ordinance which ye shall observe to do in the land which Jehovah, the God of thy fathers, hath given thee to possess it. All the days that ye live upon the earth, ye shall surely destroy all the places wherein the nations that ye shall dispossess serve their gods. Upon the high mountains and upon the hills, and under every green tree, and ye shall break down their altars, and dash in pieces their pillars, and burn their Isharim with fire. And ye shall hew down the graven images of their gods, and ye shall destroy their name out of the name out of that place. Ye shall not do so unto Jehovah your God. Ye shall not do so unto Jehovah God. Now, like all these countries, like having war with themselves, and they bombing churches and pulling down these statues and all of that. That's supposed to be done because you're not supposed to be worshiping nobody but God. But you don't do the same shit. Like if there was some, I put a poster of God or something or whatever, because I got God in a man-made feature. You know what I'm saying? It's like he made man, and then it's like, but I got this poster, like, okay, like he had a perm and he was bright skinned, it made him look pretty. God ain't pretty. Like, what do you mean? Okay. But 12:5. But unto the place which Jehovah your God shall choose out of all of your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall he seek, and thither thou shalt come. And thither ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and the heave offering of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there ye shall eat before Jehovah your God, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand unto. Ye, your households, wherein Jehovah thy God hath blessed thee, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Jehovah thy God giveth thee. But when ye go over the Jordan and dwell in the land which Jehovah your God causes you to inherit, and giveth you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then it shall come to pass that to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there, thither shall ye bring it all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vowed unto Jehovah. And ye shall rejoice before Jehovah your God, ye and your sons and your daughters and your men servants and your maid servants and the Levite that is within your gates. For as much as he hath no portion nor inheritance with you, take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, but in the place which Jehovah shall choose in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings. And there thou, it just got too many words, thou shalt do all that I command thee. 12:15. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh within all thy gates, after all the desire of thy soul, according to the blessing of Jehovah thy God, which he hath given thee. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof. as of the gazelle, and as of the hart. Only ye shall not eat the blood. Thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy grain, or of thy new wine, or of thine oil, or the firstlings of thy herd, or of thy flock, nor any of thy vows which thou vowest, nor thy free will offerings, nor the heave offerings of thy hand. But thou shalt eat them before Jehovah thy God in the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose, thou and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before Jehovah thy God in all that thou puttest thy hand unto. Take heed to thyself that thou forsake not the Levites as long as thou livest in the land. 12:20. When Jehovah thy God shall enlarge thy border as he hath promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thou so desired to eat flesh. Thou mayest eat flesh after all the desire of thy soul. If the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose to put his name there be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock which Jehovah hath given thee, as I have commanded thee, and thou mayest eat within thy gates before after all the desire of thy soul. Even as the gazelle and as the hart is eaten, so thou shalt eat thereof. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof alike. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou shalt not eat the life with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it. Thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. You see how, like, there was another verse there, and there's another one there. It's gonna. Oh, hey, sweetness. How you doing? I'm trying to finish it up this long. I'm trying to finish up this long. Okay. Okay. Deuteronomy. Okay. Thou shalt not eat, but it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the eyes of Jehovah. Only thy holy things which thou hast, and thy vows, thou shalt take and go unto the place which Jehovah shall choose. And thou shalt offer the burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, upon the altar of Jehovah thy God, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of Jehovah thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. 12:28. Okay. Observe and hear all of these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee, that thy children after thee forever. See, okay, 12:28. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee forever, when thou doest that which is good and right in the eyes of Jehovah thy God, when Jehovah thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest in to dispossess them, and thou dispossessest them, and dwellest in their land. 12:30, Deuteronomy. Take heed to thyself that thou be not ensnared to follow them, after that they are destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods? And so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto Jehovah thy God, for every abomination to Jehovah which he hated have they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters do they burn in the fire to their God. What thing soever I command you, that shall ye observe to do, thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. That's crazy too. We have these cults out here, because we bring that up. It's like, y'all be thinking that God be asking for a lot, but y'all get with these cults and these other generations, and and don't even look at the similarities. Like, don't think about, okay, how one thing has to do with another when it really, does. So, get back on track. We got 20 more chapters to go. We're going to get through it. All right, let me see. All right, 13:1. If there arise in the midst of thee a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and he give thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, wherever whereof he spake unto thee, saying, Let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or unto that dreamer of the dreams. For Jehovah your God proveth you to know whether ye love Jehovah your God with all of your heart and with all of your soul. Ye shall walk after Jehovah your God and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice. And ye shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death because he has spoken rebellion against Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed thee out of the house of bondage, to draw thee aside out of the way which Jehovah thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put away the evil from the midst of thee. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend that is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, of the gods of the peoples that are round about you, nigh unto thee, or far off from thee, from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth. Thou shalt not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall thine eye pity him, neither shalt thou spare, neither shalt thou conceal him, but thou shalt surely kill him. Thy hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And thou shalt stone him to death with stones, because he hath sought to draw thee away from God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of bondage. 13:11. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is in the midst of thee. If thou shalt hear tell concerning anyone, if thou shalt hear tell concerning one of thy cities, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee to dwell there, saying, Certain base followers are gone out from the midst of thee, and have drawn away the inhabitants of their cities, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which ye have not known, then shout thou inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, be true and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought in the midst of thee. Thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the smedge of the sword, with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof, with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with fire the city and all the spoil thereof, every whit unto Jehovah thy God, and it shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again, and there shall cleave not of the devoted thing to thy hand, that Jehovah may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show thee mercy, and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, when thou shalt hearken to the voice of Jehovah thy God, to keep all his commandments, which I commanded thee this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of Jehovah God. He's just going over a lot, you know what I'm saying? Over a lot, like, hey, I'm improving y'all over and over again. Do the right thing. It don't have to be. You don't have to be this way. You don't have to be sad. 14, Deuteronomy. Ye are the children of Jehovah your God. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thou art a holy people unto Jehovah thy God, and Jehovah hath chosen thee to be a people for his own possession, above all peoples that are upon the face of the earth. Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye may eat: the ox, the goat, the sheep, the hart, and the gazelle, and the roebuck, and the wild goat, and the pigard, and the antelope, and the camus. Let me highlight that one. And every beast that parted the hoof, HOOF, and hath the hoof cloven in two, and cheweth the cud among the beasts that may ye eat. All right, I'm making a note. Food for the soul. Yeah, let you highlight the post. So, like, see, you can highlight it because I'm going grocery shopping, so I'm like, all right. So you know told me, Lord, what we can eat. You know what I'm saying? You know told us all. Let me see. All right, and they are okay. Oh, and every beast. Okay. All right. Let me put yellow. All right. And the swine, because he parted the who. Okay. Oh, no. Let me go back because yeah, everybody said. All right. Okay. So 14:7. Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that have the hoof cloven, the camel and the hare and the coney, because they chew the cud, but part not the hoof, they are unclean to you. And the swine, because he parted the hoof, but cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh ye shall not eat, and their carcasses ye shall not touch. These ye may eat of all that are in the waters. All right, telling you can eat everything of these you may eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever had fins and scales may eat, and whatsoever had not fins and scales ye shall not eat. It is unclean to you. Of all clean birds ye may eat, but these are they of which ye shall not eat: the eagle, and the gear eagle, and the osprey, and the glebe, and the falcon, and the kite after its kind, and every raven after its kind, the ostrich, and the nighthawk, and the sea mew, and the hawk after its kind, the little owl, and the great owl, and the horned owl, and the pelican, and the vulture, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after its kind, and the bat. Now that's weird how they said the bat. It says, let me see, I'm supposed to eat the bat. And look who was eating bat over there overseas, huh? It's like, here we go. Got like tisk. It's like, we told you, don't eat the bat. Okay? And all winged creeping things are unclean. Now it don't say nothing about octopus, right? But that ain't what got us in this mess, okay? And all winged creeping things are unclean unto you. They should not be eaten. Of all clean birds ye may eat. Okay. That was funny. All right. 14:21. You shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou mayest give it unto the sojourner that is within thy gates, that he may eat it, or thou mayest sell it unto a foreigner, for thou art a holy people unto Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Thou shalt not boil a kid in its mother's milk. 14:22. Thou shalt surely tithe all the increase of thy seed, which cometh forth from the field year by year. And thou shalt eat before Jehovah thy God in the place which he shall choose to cause his name to dwell there, the tithe of thy grain of thy new wine, and of thine oil, in the firstlings of thy herd, and of thy flock, that thou mayest learn to fear Jehovah thy God always. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, because the places is too far from thee, which Jehovah thy God shall choose to set his name there, when Jehovah thy God shall bless thee, then shalt thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thy hand, and shalt go unto the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose. And thou shalt bestow the money for whosoever thy soul desireth, for oxen or for sheep, for wine or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul asketh of thee. And thou shalt eat there before God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thy household. And the Levite that is within thy gates, that shalt not forsake him, for he hath no portion nor inheritance with thee. And at the end of every 3 years thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase in the same year, and lay it up within the gates. And the Levite, because he had no portion nor inheritance with thee, and the sojourner, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within the gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that God may bless thee in all the work of the hand which thou best. Oh, what? Okay, which thou doest. I don't know what word I saw right there for a minute. All right, let me see something. All right. At the end of every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And this is the manner of the release. Every creditor shall release that which he hath lent unto his neighbor. He shall not exact it of his neighbor and his brother, because Jehovah's release hath been proclaimed. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it, but whatsoever of thine is what thy brother thy hand shall release. Howbeit there shall be no poor with thee, for Jehovah will surely bless thee in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it. If only thou diligently hearken unto the voice of Jehovah thy God, to observe to do all this commandment which I command thee this day. For Jehovah thy God will bless thee as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over thee. 15:7. If there be with thee a poor man, one of thy brethren, within any of thy gates in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thy hand from the poor brother, but thou shalt surely open the hand unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanted. Beware that there be not a base thought in thy heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou give him salt. And thou give him not. And he cry unto Jehovah against thee, and it be sin unto thee. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him, because that for this thing Jehovah thy God will bless thee in all thy work, and in all that thou puttest thy hand unto, for the poor will never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt surely open thy hand unto thy brother, to the needy, and to thy poor in the land. 15:12. If thy brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, he sold unto thee and served thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou lettest him go free from thee, thou shalt not let him go empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy threshing floor, and out of thy winepress, as Jehovah thy God hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt, and Jehovah thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. And it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go out from thee, because he loveth thee in thy house, because he is well with thee, then thou shalt take an awl and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. And also unto thy maid servant thou shalt do likewise. It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou lettest him go free from thee, for to the double of the hire of a hireling hath he served thee 6 years, and God will bless thee in all that thou doest. That's a lot of damn words. Okay, so all right, I am trying to push it. Wait, okay. I'm getting sleep. Oh, I don't understand. I've been on the road like 16 hours. Ooh. All right. 15:19. All the firstling males that are born of thy herd and out of flock, thou shalt sanctify unto Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt do no work with the firstling of thy herd, nor share the firstling of thy flock. Thou shalt eat it before God year by year in the place which Jehovah shall choose, thou and thy household. And if any blemish, as if he be lame or blind, any ill blemish whatsoever, thou shalt not sacrifice it unto Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean shall eat it alike as the gazelle and as the hart. Only thou, I gotta look up what is the HART. Let me do our research. It's saying heart, but it's not spelled like heart, like I looked at it. All right. Thou shalt eat it within the gates. The unclean and the clean shall eat it alike as the gazelle and as the hart. And thou shalt not eat the blood thereof. Thou shalt pour it upon the ground as water. Some of these verses are repeating, what I'm saying? It's like to reiterate, what you're not supposed to do, but it's like, it's redundant because you don't said it already, but it's like some people need to be told over and over again. And, person writing this, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover unto Jehovah thy God. For in the month of Abib, Jehovah the God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night, and thou shalt sacrifice the Passover unto Jehovah thy God of the flock and the herd, in the place which Jehovah shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou comest forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of thy life. And there shall be no heaven seen with thee in all thy borders 7 days. Neither shall any of the flesh which thou sacrifices the first day at even remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee, but at the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose to cause his name to dwell in there, thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou comest forth out of Egypt, and thou shalt roast and eat in it the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose, and thou shalt turn in the morning and go unto thy tents. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day shall be a solemn assembly to Jehovah thy God, that thou shalt do no work therein. Okay, I'm gonna look up unleavened because it's like I think I know what that means, but it better be sorry. Unleavened bread. 7 weeks thou number unto thee from the time thou beginnest to put the sickle into the standing grain shalt thou begin to number 7 weeks. Deuteronomy 16:10. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto Jehovah by God with a tribute of a free will, offering thy hand, which thou shalt give according as Jehovah thy God blesseth thee. And thou shalt rejoice before Jehovah thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite that is within the gates and the sojourner and the fatherless and the widow that are in the midst of thee in the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt keep the feast of tabernacles 7 days after that thou hast gathered in from thy threshing floor and from thy winepress, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite and the sojourner and the fatherless and the widow that are within the gates. This can become discouraging. I tell you that because it's like I feel like the Bible can get to the point a little bit, but let me look up put something else. Because in order to rewrite something, you have to understand what you're writing. So let me see. I gotta look these up. Okay. And okay. All right. So we're at 16, 15. No, 16, 16. All right. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Jehovah thy God in the. I'm just saying Jehovah the God. I'm saying like Jehovah the God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, they shall not appear before Jehovah empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Jehovah the God, which he hath given thee. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which Jehovah the God giveth thee, according to thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. Thou shalt not wrest justice. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither shalt thou take a bribe, for a bribe doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which Jehovah the God giveth thee. Thou shalt not plant thee an Asherah of any kind of tree beside the altar of Jehovah the God, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up a pillar which Jehovah thy God hated. Like a lot of studies, they're like, don't build a nothing like a model. Like, that's all man made. God is, he's just here to, be there for you. You don't need to do no pillars. Like, okay, I'm going to mold this into a godly figure. No, that's an idol. That's something that man figured out and what they needed to be seen. God is fake. He's not. So, all right. If there be found in the midst of thee within any of the gates, okay. which Jehovah God giveth thee, man or woman, that doeth that which is evil in the sight of Jehovah the God, in transgressing his covenant, and hath gone and served other gods and worshipped them, or the sun, or the moon, or any of the host of heaven which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, thou shalt inquire diligently, and behold it be true, and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman who hath done this evil thing unto thy gate, even the man or the woman, who shalt stone them to death with stones. At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses shall he that is to die be put to death. And at the mouth of one witness he shall not be put to death. The hand of the witnesses shall be first upon them to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So thou shalt put away the evil from the midst of thee. If there arise a matter too hard, well, let me just comment on that verse right there. 17:7. So it's like, I know people are like, don't ask, don't tell, or I'm not no snitch, whatever. But I mean, like, how is that promote chain or affect chain? Okay, you're not no snitch, okay, but well, you go find a nigga and get the nigga out the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, okay, you're not no snitch, go by your own code, but he's still out there and he still hurt somebody. And because, that family's hurting and you don't want to be, part of that environment, you want to go back and, no. Don't stop there, okay? You don't have to be a snitch. You can be an investigator, and and they're calling the proper channels to get a motherfucker who did wrong out your neighborhood. Okay, 17:8. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise and get thee up unto the place which God shall choose, and thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and thou shalt inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. 17:10. And thou shalt do according to the tenure of the sentence, which they shall show thee from that place which Jehovah shall choose. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they shall teach thee, according to the tenor of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not turn aside from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that doeth presumptuously, and not hearkening unto the priest that standeth to minister there before Jehovah thy God, or unto the judgment, even that man shall die. And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel, and all the people shall hear and fear and do more presumptuously. 17:14. When thou art come into the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are round about me. Thou shalt surely set him king over thee, whom Jehovah thy God shall choose, one from among thy brethren. Shalt thou seek king over thee? Thou mayest not put a foreigner over thee, who is not thy brother. Only he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he may multiply horses. For as much as Jehovah hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself. That is his heart, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, and he may learn to fear Jehovah his God, to keep all the words of his law and these statutes to do them. That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn aside from the commandment to do the right hand or to the left hand, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. So I'm gonna talk about that too. That's just talking about like if you don't forget where you came from, and to the point of peace and body, and just appease yourself. If you come in with a purpose or a plan, that was okay. You're there now. Now you want to just throw that away. Why should you prosper? 18. The priests of the Levites, even all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion nor inheritance with Israel. The Levites. Okay? Remember then, Levites. I'm ready to put that. They shall eat the offerings of Jehovah made by fire and his inheritance, and they shall have no inheritance among their brethren. Jehovah is their inheritance. As he hath spoken unto them, this shall be the priests do from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be an ox or sheep, that they shall give unto the priest the shoulder and the two cheeks and the maw, the first fruits of the grain of thy new wine and of thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. For Jehovah thy God hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand to minister in the name of Jehovah him and his sons forever. And if a Levite came from any of the gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned and come with all the desire of his soul unto the place which Jehovah shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of Jehovah his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, who stand there before Jehovah. They shall have like portions to eat, besides that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. 18:9. When thou art come into the land which Jehovah the God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found with thee anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one that useth divination, one that practices augury. Gotta look that one up. Augury, or any enchanter, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a consulter with a familiar spirit, or a wizard, for a necromancer. All right, I just want y'all to understand, like, we going to the goal is to read the Bible by the end of the year, and I think we can do it. If not, if we're going to the next year, we'll be all right. But this is first for everybody. I'm learning. You learn. Okay. For whoever doeth these things is an abomination unto Jehovah, and because of these abominations, Jehovah thy God doth drive them out from before thee. 18:13. Thou shalt be perfect with Jehovah thy God. For these nations that thou shalt dispossess, hearken unto them that practice augury and unto diviners. But as for thee, Jehovah thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. Jehovah thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thy brethren, like unto me, unto him he shall hearken, according to all that thou desiredest of Jehovah thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of Jehovah my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And Jehovah said unto me, they have well said that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet that shall speak a word presumptuously in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die. And if thou say in thy heart, how shall we know the word which Jehovah hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of Jehovah, if the thing follow not nor come to pass, it is the thing which Jehovah hath not spoken. The prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. So that's like God don't make you don't make no, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Jafar? How you doing? Welcome, sweetness. I hope everybody's well. And if I didn't say hello before, what's up, Black and Triple M? Anybody that's joining, it's no pressure. It'll be here. Y'all can play it back. You know, I'm good. I'm good. All right. When we on Deuteronomy 19, when Jehovah thy God shall cut off the nations whose land Jehovah thy God giveth thee, and thou succeedest them and dwellest in their cities and in their houses, thou shalt set apart 3 cities for thee in the midst of thy land, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee to possess it. Thou shalt prepare thee the way and divide the borders of thy land, which Jehovah thy God causes thee to inherit, into 3 parts, that every manslayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the manslayer that shall flee thither and live. Whoso killeth his neighbor unawares and hated him not in time past, as when a man goeth into the forest with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetcheth a stroke with the axe to cut down a tree, and the head slippeth from the sleeve, and lighten up his neighbor, so that he dieth. He shall flee unto one of these cities and live, lest the avenger of blood pursue the manslayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him because the way is long, and smite him mortally, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in time past. 19:7. Wherefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt set apart these cities for thee. And if Jehovah thy God enlarge thy border, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, and give thee all the land which he promised to give unto thy fathers, if thou shalt keep all this commandment to do it, which I command thee this day, to love Jehovah thy God, and to walk ever in his ways, then shalt thou add 3 cities more for thee, besides these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in the midst of thy land, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and so blood be upon thee. 19:11. But if any man hate his neighbor and lie wait for him and rise up against him and smite him mortally, so that he dieth, and he flee into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Thine eyes shall not pity him, but thou shalt put away the innocent blood from Israel, that he may go well with thee. Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they old time have sent. I just thought about something like stealing something out the yard or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, how we used to do when it's little. But gotta let that be a past. All right. Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set, and thine inheritance, which I need this. Prop my leg up. We gonna do this. All right. And here in the land of hope, give it to possess it. Okay. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall a matter be established. If any unrighteous witness rise up against any man to testify against him of wrongdoing, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before Jehovah, before the priests and the judges that shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he had thought to do unto his brother. He shalt thou put away the evil from the midst of thee, and those that remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil in the midst of thee. And thine eyes shall not pity life, and thine eyes shall not pity. Life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. I'm just adding a note to that. All right. Number 20, Deuteronomy 20. When thou goest forth to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou shalt not be afraid of them. For Jehovah thy God is with thee, who brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be, when ye draw nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye draw nigh this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your heart faint, fear not, nor tremble, neither be ye affrighted at them. 20, verse 4. For Jehovah your God is he that goeth with you to fight for you against your enemies to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that hath built a new house and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicated it. And what man is there that hath planted a vineyard and hath not used the fruit thereof? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man use the fruit thereof. And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart melt as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall appoint captains of hosts at the head of the people. Deuteronomy 20:10. When thou drawest nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make thee answer of peace and open unto thee, then it shall be then that all the people that are fond thereon shall become tributary unto thee, and shall serve thee. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And when Jehovah thy God deliver it into thy hand, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take for a prey unto thyself. And thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which Jehovah thy God hath given thee. Thus shalt do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these peoples, that Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, but thou shalt utterly destroy them, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite and the Perizzite, the Havite and the Jebusite, as Jehovah thy God hath commanded thee. And they teach you not to do after all of their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. So will ye sin against Jehovah your God? When thou shalt besiege a city a long time in making war against it to take, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by wielding an axe against them, for thou mayest eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down, for it is the tree of the field man, that it should be besieged of thee. Only the trees of which thou knowest that are not trees for food, thou shalt destroy and cut them down, and thou shalt build bulwarks against the city that maketh war with thee until it fall. All right, 21. All right. If one be found slain in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee possess it, laying in the field, and it be not known who had smitten him, then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain, And there shall be that the city which is nearest unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take a heifer of the head, which hath not been wrought with, and which hath not drawn in the yoke. And the elders of the city shall bring down the heifer unto a valley with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priest and the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them Jehovah the God had chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Jehovah. And according to their words shall every controversy and every stroke be. And all the elders of that city who are nearest unto the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer, whose neck was broken in the valley. And they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Forgive, O Jehovah, thy people Israel, whom hast redeemed, and suffer not innocent blood to remain in the midst of thy people Israel. And the blood shall be forgiven them. So shalt thou put away the innocent blood from the midst of the tree, the midst of thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the eyes of Jehovah. Deuteronomy 21:10. When thou goest forth to battle against thine enemies, and Jehovah the God delivered them into thy hands, and thou carriest them away captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and thou hast a desire unto her, and wouldest take her to thee to wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thy house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thy house, and bewail her father and her mother a full mouth. And after that thou shalt go in unto her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not deal with her as a slave, because thou hast humbled her. All right, and y'all just think about that. You know, when y'all with somebody and they just getting y'all, you like, okay, I don't really love it, but she giving, and she's doing all the right things, playing with the bells, doing that, doing that extra, and he's like, hey, you don't know if that's just temptation, because you. So how long you think you can play with somebody hard like that? 21:15. If a man have two wives, the one beloved and the other hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated. And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be in the day that he causeth his sons to inherit that which he had, that he may not make the son of the beloved the firstborn before the son of the hated. Who is the firstborn? But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the hated, by giving him a double portion of all that he had. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son that will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they chasten him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of the city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. So shalt thou put away the evil from the midst of thee, and all Israel shall hear and fear. Now, see, God ain't nothing. Oh, he's like, okay, my commandments is honor your mother and father. You don't want to do the commanding. All right, I need a bag full of stones, and we're gonna link up about 5, 6. It's a done deal. You done made your mind up. You grown. So that's why I was like, I know we hurt behind these loved ones we lost, whatever, but everything has a purpose, everything has a plan, and excuse me, sometimes people are repercussions of our lives, of generations, what I'm saying? Like, not to wish anybody there for ill, but a lot of people are repercussions of their environment. 21, 22. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt surely bury him the same day, for that is hanged. Okay. I just got thrown out because I'm thinking about something like, like that was another form, but they made it a black thing when it didn't originate. We didn't originate that. We don't originate hangings. Okay, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt surely bury him the same day. For he that is hanged is accursed of God, that thou the foul not thy land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. Deuteronomy 22. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely bring them again unto thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh, see, this I'm talking about, like, if they'll see something wrong or see them go astray, the next person who sees it supposed to help. So, like this George Floyd said, he's like, you see somebody and help. Everybody breaking all types of commandments. And if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it home to thy house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him. And so shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his garment, and so shalt thou do with every lost thing of thy brothers, which he hath lost, and thou hast found. Thou mayest not hide thyself. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fallen down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again. A woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For whoever doeth these things is an abomination unto Jehovah thy God. If a bird's nest, all right, let me start right there because that's a pretty touchy topic for people, because we do have, a lot of different communities. But okay. So 22:6. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way in any tree, or go on the ground with young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young. Thou shalt surely let the dam go, but the young thou mayest take unto thyself, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thy house, if any man fall from thence. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with two kinds of seed, lest the whole fruit be forfeited, the seed which thou hast sown, and the increase of the vineyard. Thou shalt not plow when an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a mingled stuff, wool and linen, mingled stuff, wool and linen together. No, man. Thou shalt make the fringes upon the four borders of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. If any man take a wife and go in unto her, and hate her, and lay shameful things to her charge, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came nigh to her, I found not in her the tokens of virginity, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hate laid shameful things. to her charge, saying, I found not in thy daughter the tokens of her virginity. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. And the elders of the city shall take the man and chastise him. And they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, that the tokens of virginity were not found in the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the harlot in her father's house. So shalt thou put away the evil from the midst of thee. Deuteronomy 22:22. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both, if a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die. Why you gotta put so much on? The man that lay with the woman, and the woman, so shalt thou put away the evil from Israel. If there be a damsel that is a virgin betrothed unto a husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them to death with stones. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he hate humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away the evil from the midst of thee. But if the man find the damsel that is betrothed in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is the matter. For he found her in the field, and betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, that is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found, then a man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he had humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, and shall not uncover his father's skirt. A man shall not take his father's wife, and shall not uncover his father's skirt. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot in that verse, because it's like, you men, everybody want to be a player, but men supposed to be pure too. There's no notion of sleeping with everybody. You carry all of those different energies or entities with you. You fucking a bitch, she look good on the outside, she might be evil as hell, but you get all that energy, from the back or front, whatever you like, but it's like, okay, player, I got time for that, because your soul is at work. You playing with everybody's feelings, you never know. Your mindset is never on the same page as the other bride, believe me. Especially if you fucking on the first night. What you expect? You don't know, no. Living recklessly. All right. He that is wounded in the stones, Deuteronomy 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the assembly of Jehovah. A bastard shall not enter into the assembly of Jehovah. Even to the 10th generation shall none of his enter, and none of his enter into the assembly of Jehovah. An Ammonite or a Moab shall not enter into the assembly of Jehovah. Even to the 10th generation shall none belonging to them enter into the assembly of Jehovah forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when ye came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor and Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Nevertheless, Jehovah the God would not hearken unto Balaam. But Jehovah thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because Jehovah thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. And write that down with Edomite. All right. And for he is thy brother, thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou waste a sojourner in his land. The children of the third generation that are born unto them shall enter into the assembly of Jehovah. All right. When they goest forth in the camp against thine enemies, Deuteronomy 23:9, then thou shalt keep thee from every evil thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of that which chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall bathe himself in water. And when the sun is down, he shall come within the camp. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. Thou shalt have a paddle among thy weapons, and it shall be when thou sittest down abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee. For Jehovah thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he may not see an unclean thing in thee and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master a servant that is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee in the midst of thee, in the place which he shall choose within one of thy gates, where it pleaseth him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no prostitute of the daughters of Israel, neither shall there be a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog into the house of Jehovah thy God for any vow, for even both these are an abomination unto Jehovah thy God. Deuteronomy 23:19. Thou shalt not lend upon interest to thy brother, interest of money, interest of victuals, interest of anything that is lent upon interest. Unto a foreigner thou mayest lend upon interest, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon interest. That Jehovah thy God may bless thee in all that thou puttest thy hand unto, in the land whither thou goest in to possess it. A lot of times with me. When thou shalt vow a vow unto Jehovah the God, thou shalt not be slack to pay it. For Jehovah the God will surely require it of thee, and it will be sin in thee. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips, that lips thou shalt observe and do, according as thou hast vowed unto Jehovah thy God, a free will offering, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat of grapes that fill at thine own pleasure, but thou shalt not put any in thy vessel when thou comest into thy neighbor's standing the grain, when thou mayest pluck the ears with thy hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing grain. It's really detailed what you can like it goes over everything. I see that. Deuteronomy 24, when a man taketh a wife and married her, then it shall be, if she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some unseemly thing in her, that he shall write her a bill of divorcement and give it to her in hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her and write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send it out to her house, or if the latter husband die who took her to be his wife, her former husband who sent her away may not take her again to be his wife. After that, she is defiled, for that is abomination before Jehovah. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. So yeah, that was like you can't even call back the one girl you sent away. You know what I'm saying? Like you think it anyway, unless you have a different plan. But you hate it, right? When a man taketh a new wife, he shall not go out in the host, neither shall he be charged with any business. He shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer his wife whom he had taken. Who doing that? That is what Deuteronomy 20. Wait a minute. Okay. Deuteronomy 23:5. 24:5. All right. No man shall take the mill or the upper milestone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and he deal with him as a slave or sell him, then that thief shall die. So shalt thou put away the evil from the midst of thee. Take heed, Deuteronomy 24:8. Take heed to the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests, the Levites shall teach you, as I commanded them. So ye shall observe to do. Remember what Jehovah the God did unto Miriam by the way as ye came forth out of Egypt. When thou doest lend thy neighbor any manner of loan, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand without, and the man to whom thou doest lend shall bring forth the pledge without unto thee. And if he be a poor man, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. Thou shalt surely restore to him the pledge where the sun goeth down, and he may sleep in his garment, and bless thee, and it shall be righteousness unto thee before Jehovah the God. Thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren or of thy sojourners that are in thy land within thy gates. In this day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor and setteth his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee unto Jehovah, and it be sin unto thee. The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Thou shalt not wrest the justice due to the sojourner or to the fatherless, nor take the widow's raiment to pledge. But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and Jehovah the God redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. When thou reapest thy harvest in thy field, and hast forgot a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the sojourner, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Jehovah thy God may bless thee in all the work of thy hands. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the sojourner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of the vineyard, thou shalt not glean it after thee. It shall be for the sojourner, for the fatherless, and the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. He command. Okay. If there be a controversy between men and they come into judgment, and the judges judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face according to the wickedness by number. 40 stripes he may give him. He shall not exceed, least if he should exceed. If least he should exceed. Read that over. 25:3. 40 stripes he may give him. He shall not exceed, least he should exceed. Okay, and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the grain. If brethren dwell together and one of them die and have no son, the wife of the dead shall not be married without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her and take her to him wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn that she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother that is dead, that his name be blotted. Now people be like, oh, that sounds that's nasty. You know, it's like a lot of things y'all doing that's nasty that's not in the Bible. So how you gonna question it? And if the man like firstborn, okay, and it shall be that the firstborn that she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother that is dead, that his name be not blotted out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up and unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother unto me. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders and lose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face. And she shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto the man that doth not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loose. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall have no pity. Thou shalt not have in thy bag diverse weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thy house diverse measures, a great and a small. A perfect and just weight shalt A perfect and just weight shalt thou have. A perfect and just measure shalt thou have. He said it twice. That thy days may be long in the land which Jehovah the God giveth thee. For all that do such things, even all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto Jehovah the God. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way as he came forth out of Egypt, how he met most of thee, all that were feeble behind thee, and when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. Therefore it shall be when Jehovah thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget. 26. And it shall be when thou art came unto the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and possesses it, and dwellest therein, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the ground which thou shalt bring in from the land that Jehovah thy God giveth. And thou shalt put it in a basket, and shalt go unto the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. And thou shalt come unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Jehovah thy God that I am come unto land which Jehovah swore unto our fathers to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of the hand and set it down before the altar of Jehovah thy God. And thou shalt answer and say, before Jehovah thy God, I, Syrian, ready to perish, was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, and he became there a nation great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians dealt ill with us and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. And we cried unto Jehovah, the God of our fathers, and Jehovah heard our voice and saw our affliction and our toil and our oppression. And Jehovah brought us forth out of Egypt in a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with great terribleness and with signs and with wonders. And he hath brought us into the place and hath given us the land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first of the fruit of the ground, which thou, O Jehovah, hast given me, and thou shalt set it down before Jehovah thy God, and worship before Jehovah thy God. And thou shalt rejoice in all the good which Jehovah thy God hath given unto thee, and into thy house thou and the Levite and the sojourner that is in the midst of thee. When thou hast made an end of tithing, all the tithe of thine increase in the third year, which is the year of tithing, then thou shalt give it unto the Levite, to the sojourner, to the fatherless, and to the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. And thou shalt say before Jehovah the God, I have put away the hallowed things out of my house, and I also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the sojourner, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed any of thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I put away thereof being unclean, nor given thereof for the dead. I have hearkened to the voice of Jehovah my God. I have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from the holy habitation from heaven and bless thy people Israel in the ground which thou hast given us, as thou swearest unto our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. This day Jehovah thy God commanded thee to do these statutes and ordinances. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched Jehovah this day to be thy God, and that thou wouldest walk in his ways and keep his statutes and his commandments and his ordinance, and hearkened unto his voice. And Jehovah hath avouched and Jehovah hath avouched thee this day to be a people for his own possession, as he hath promised that thou shouldest keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations that he hath made in praise, and in name, and in honor, and that they mayest be a holy people unto Jehovah thy God, as he hath spoken. 27. I just want to look at something right there. At 34. Ooh. All right, we got 34 chapters. We almost done. Thank you for hanging in. One of these long ones is a trip. But we know we can do it. Sometimes we stay on here watching people's shows for this long, so we can get through that. All right, Deuteronomy 27. And Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandment which I command you this day. Excuse me. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over the Jordan unto the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt see that and plaster them with plaster. When thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee, and land flowing with milk and honey, as Jehovah the God of thy fathers hath promised thee. And it shall be when ye are passed over the Jordan, yet ye shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them. And thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And there shalt thou build an altar unto Jehovah thy God, an altar of stones, though. And there thou shalt build an altar unto Jehovah thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt lift up no iron tool upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of Jehovah thy God of unhewn stone, and thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto Jehovah thy God. And thou shalt sacrifice peace offerings, and shalt eat there, and thou shalt rejoice before Jehovah thy God, and thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. And Moses and the priests, the Levites, spake unto all Israel, saying, Keep silence and hearken, O Israel, this day thou art became the people of Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of Jehovah thy God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when ye are passed over the Jordan. Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin, and these shall stand upon Mount Ebal for the curse. Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall answer and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh a graven or molten image, an abomination unto Jehovah, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and seated it upon in secret. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be that seated light by his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark, and the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be that maketh the blind to wander out of the way, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be that resteth the justice due to the sojourner, fatherless, and widow. All the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be that lieth with his father's wife, because he hath uncovered his father's skirt. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be that lieth with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy 27:22. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor in secret, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be that taketh a bribe to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirmeth not the words of his law, of this law to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. 28. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Jehovah thy God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day, that Jehovah thy God will set thee on high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Jehovah thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of the body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy beasts, and the increase of thy cattle, and the young of thy flock. Blessed shall be thy basket in the kneading through. Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out. Jehovah will cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thee. They shall come out against thee one way, and shall flee before thee 7 ways. Jehovah will command the blessings upon thee in thy barns, and in all that thou puttest thy hand unto, and he will bless thee in the land which Jehovah thy God giveth thee. Jehovah will establish thee for a holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee. If thou shalt keep the commandments of Jehovah thy God, and walk in his ways, and all the peoples of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Jehovah, and they shall be afraid of thee. And Jehovah will make thee plenteous for good in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of the ground, and in the land in which Jehovah sware unto the fathers to give thee. Jehovah will open unto thee his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain of thy land in the season, and to bless all the work of thy hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And Jehovah will make thee the head and not the tail, and thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If thou shalt hearken unto the commandments of Jehovah thy God, which I command thee this day to observe and to do them, and shalt not turn aside from any of the words which I command you this day to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Jehovah the God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come up upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy kneading through. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of the ground, the increase of thy cattle and the young of thy flock. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shall be when they go out. Jehovah will send upon thee cursing, discomfiture, and rebuke in all that thou puttest thy hand unto to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the evil of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. Jehovah will make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest in to possess it. 28:22. Jehovah will smite thee with consumption and with fever and with inflammation and with fiery heat and with sword and with blasting and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the heart and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. Jehovah will make the rain of thy land plunder and dust. I said plunder, powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. Jehovah will cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and shalt flee 7 ways before them. And thou shalt be tossed to and from among all the kingdoms of the earth. And the dead body shall be food unto all birds of the heavens, and unto the beasts of the earth, and there shall be none to frighten them away. Jehovah will smite thee with the boil of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scurvy, and with the itch, whereof thou canst be healed. You see how he come with the rats. Jehovah will smite thee with madness and with blindness and with astonishment of the heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in the darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways. And thou shalt be only oppressed and robbed always. And there shall be none to save thee. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not use the fruit thereof. The ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to save thee. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto other people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day. There shall be not in the power of thy hand the fruit of thy ground, and all the labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. God going ham every day. It's a rat. 28:34. What's on that? Okay. The fruit of thy ground and all the labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. Thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always, so that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes, which thou shalt see. Jehovah will smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sour boil, whereof thou canst not be healed, from the sole of the foot unto the crown of the head. Jehovah will bring thee and thy king, whom thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation that thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, and there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples whither Jehovah shall lead thee away. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shalt gather little in, for the locust shall consume it. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but thou shalt neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat them. Thou shalt, he goes over the olive trees. Okay, he's going to take that. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but they shall not be thine, for they shall go into captivity. All thy trees and the fruits of the ground shall the locust possess. See, his wrath is woo. He shall lean to thee, and all the curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of Jehovah thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. Deuteronomy 28:46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servest not Jehovah thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, by reason of the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, that Jehovah shall send against thee, in hunger, in the thirst, in the nakedness, and in want of all things. He shall put a yoke of iron upon the neck until he have destroyed thee. Jehovah will bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as the eagle fleeth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, that shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor of the young, and shall eat the fruit of thy cattle, and the fruit of thy ground until thou be destroyed. They also shall not leave thee grain, new wine, or oil, the increase of thy cattle, or the young of thy flock, until they have caused thee to perish. And they shall besiege thee in all thy gates thy until thy high and fortified walls come down, wherein thy trustedest throughout all thy land, and shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all of the land, which Jehovah the God hath given thee. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body. Ooh. The man that is tender among you and very delicate his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children whom he hate remaining, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat. You see how these curses, like you do all these curses, and then it's like played out through the children. Like I'm making children dumb as hell. I'm making your cousins play you and all that, like because your ass is fucking with the commandments. You just do the command. The tender and delicate woman. 28:56. The tender and delicate woman among you who would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children whom she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things secretly, in the siege and in the distress wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of the law, and all that's written in this book, that thou mayest fear the glorious and fearful name Jehovah thy God, then Jehovah will make the plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed even great plagues, and a long continuance, and sore sicknesses, and a long continuance. And that's what's happening now. And he will bring upon thee again all the diseases of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness, every plague which is not written in the book of this law. That's some shit we dealing with, and it's, and ye shall be left in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou didst not hearken unto the voice of Jehovah thy God. And it shall come to pass that as Jehovah rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, What is that? To do you good and to multiply you. So Jehovah will rejoice over you to cause you to perish and to destroy you, and ye shall he be plucked off from the earth. 28:64. And Jehovah will scatter thee among all the peoples from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, even wood and stone. And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, there shall be no rest for the sole of thy foot, but Jehovah will give thee there a trembling heart, and a failing of eyes, and pinning of soul. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear night and day, and shalt have no assurance of thy life. And in the morning thou shalt say, would it were even? I mean, why you gonna say in the morning you was thou shalt say, would I even? I mean, okay, would it were even? And at even thou shalt say, would it were morning? For the fear of thy heart, excuse me. Yeah, I know I'm crazy. I'm allergic to peanuts, but I love them. I know, now it's messing with my stomach. So, I'm almost done. Okay. And Jehovah will bring thee into Egypt against the ships by the way whereof I said unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall sell yourselves unto your enemies for bondmen and for bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. These are the words of the covenant which Jehovah commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called unto all Israel, said unto them, ye have seen all that Jehovah did before your eyes in the land of Egypt unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land, the great trials which thine eyes saw, the signs and those great wonders. But Jehovah had not given you a heart to know, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes will not wax old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxed old upon thy foot. Ye have not eaten bread, nor have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye may know that I am Jehovah your God. And when ye came into this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon and Og the king of Bashan came out against us unto battle, and we smote them, and we took their land and gave it for an inheritance unto the Reubenites and to the Gadites and to the half tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. You stand this day, all of you, before Jehovah your God, your heads, your tribes, your elders, your officers, even all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, thy sojourner, good into the drawer of thy water. 29:12. Thou that mayest enter into the covenant of Jehovah, establish thee this day unto himself for a people, and that he may be unto thee a God, as he spake unto thee, and as he swore unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither would you only do, I make this a covenant with his oath, with him. Okay, wait. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before Jehovah our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we dealt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which we passed. And ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them, lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from Jehovah our God to go serve the gods of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood. And it came to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he blessed himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk into the stubbornness of my heart, to destroy the moist with the dry. Jehovah would not pardon them, but Then the anger of Jehovah and his jealousy will smoke against that man, and all the curse that is written in this book shall lie upon him. And Jehovah will blot out his name from under heaven. And Jehovah will set him apart unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that is written in this book of law. 29:22. In the generation to come, your child that shall rise up after you, and the foreigner that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses wherewith Jehovah hath made it sick, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt, and a burning that is not sown, nor buried, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which Jehovah overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all the nations shall say, wherefore hath Jehovah done thus unto this land? That meaneth the heat of this great anger. Then man should say, because they forsook the covenant of God, of Jehovah, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and went and served other gods and worshipped them gods that they knew not, and that he had not given unto them. Therefore, the anger of Jehovah was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curse that is written in this book. And Jehovah rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land as at this day. The secret things belong unto Jehovah our God, but the things that are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of his law, of this law. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curse which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither Jehovah thy God hath driven thee, and shalt return unto Jehovah thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that then Jehovah thy God will turn thy captivity and thy compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the peoples, whither Jehovah thy God hath scattered thee. If any of thine outcasts be in the uttermost part of heaven, from thence will Jehovah the God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And Jehovah the God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And Jehovah the God will circumcise the heart and the heart of thy seed to love Jehovah thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, and with that they may live. And Jehovah the God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee and that persecuted thee, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of Jehovah, and do all his commandments which I command thee this day. And Jehovah the God will make the plenteous in all the work of thy hand, in the fruit of the body and in the fruit of the cattle. All right. I'm going back over that. I don't like reading stuff repetitive. For this commandment which I command thee to this day is not too hard for thee for thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that thou shouldest say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it unto us and make us to hear it that we may do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Deuteronomy 30:16. In that I command thee the day to love Jehovah the God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes, ordinance, mayest and multiply, that Jehovah the God may bless thee in the land whither thou goest in to possess it. But if thy heart turn away, and thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish. You shall not prolong your days in the land whither you. That's all God's saying. Like, if you ain't gonna do what I tell you, why should I make life easy for you living here? You know what I'm saying? You living for yourself. You saying fuck me, fuck everybody. Money, money, money. Why should he make your life proper? Or why, long and lengthy? You know. So he either affect those around you, take those around you, or take you. You know what I'm saying? Your life, to love 30, 20. Oh, 19. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day that I have set before thee life and death, the blessings and the curse. Therefore, choose life that thou mayest live, thou and thy seed, to love Jehovah the God, to obey his voice, and to cleave unto him. For he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which Jehovah sware unto the fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give them. And Moses went and spake these words unto all Israel. And he said unto him, I am 120 years old this day. 120. Okay. I can no more go out and come in. And Jehovah hath said unto me, thou shalt not go over this Jordan. Jehovah thy God, he will go over before thee. He will destroy these nations and before thee, and thou shalt dispossess them. And Joshua, he shall go over before them, as Jehovah has spoken. And Jehovah will do unto them as he did in Sihon and to Og, the kings of the Amorites. And Jehovah will deliver them up before you. Be strong and of good courage. Fear not, nor be God. He it is that thou go with thee. And he will not fail thee nor forsake thee. And Moses called unto Joshua this people into the land which Jehovah had sworn unto their fathers to give them, and thou caused them to inherit it. And Jehovah, he is that doth go before thee. Jehovah, he it is that he will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law and delivered it unto the priests, the sons of Levi, that bear the ark of the covenant of Jehovah, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the set of time, at the end of every 7 years. I'm good. Okay. In the set time of the year of release, in the Feast of Tabernacles, when all Israel shall come to appear before God, in the place which he shall choose, thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Assemble the people, the men, the women, the little ones, the sojourner that is within thy gates, that they may hear and that they may learn and fear Jehovah your God, and observe to do all the words of this law, and that their children who have not known may hear and learn to fear Jehovah the God, as long as ye live the land, whether ye go over the Jordan to possess it. Let me see that. I keep out over the Jordan. Like, is he saying that anything past the Jordan borderline belong to us? Or, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to look at that. And Jehovah said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourselves in the tent of the meeting, and I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tent of the meeting, and Jehovah appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood over the door of the tent. And Jehovah said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers. This people will rise up and play the harlot after the strange gods of the land, whither they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall come upon them, so that they will say in that day, are not those evils come upon us because of our God, because our God is not among us? It's like they be flowing that little rap stuff. And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evil which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other gods. Deuteronomy 31:19. Now, therefore, write ye this song for you, and teach thou it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, flowing with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxed fat, then will they turn unto other gods and serve them and despise me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles are come upon them, that this song shall testify before them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of their mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination which they frame this day before I have brought them into the land which I swear. So Moses wrote this song the same day and taught it to the children of Israel. And he gave Joshua, the son of Nun, a charge and said, be strong and in good courage, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land which I swear unto them, and I will be with thee. And it came to pass when Moses had made an end of writing the words of this law book until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites that bear the ark of the covenant of Jehovah, saying, take this book of the law and put it by the side of the ark of the covenant of the Jehovah your God, that it may be there for a witness against thee. For I know thy rebellion and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, you have been rebellious against Jehovah. And how much more after my death? Assemble unto me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death ye will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do that which is evil in the sight of Jehovah, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. And Moses spake in the ears of all the assembly of Israel, that the words of this song until they were finished. All right, I'm about to sing a song. Y'all try to remember that. Give ear, ye heavens, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. This ain't rhyming. Okay, so I'm gonna read it. Give ear, ye heavens, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. Where is it? Okay. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender grass, and as the showers upon the earth. For I will proclaim the name of Jehovah. Ascribe ye greatness unto our God. The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice. A God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. They have dealt corruptly with him. They are not his children. It is their blemish. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Crooked. Do ye thus requite Jehovah, O foolish people and unwise? Is not he thy father that hath brought thee? He had made thee and established thee. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thine elders, they will tell thee. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the children of men, he set the bounds of the peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. For Jehovah's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land and in the waste howling wilderness. He compassed him about, he cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye, as an eagle that stirred up her nest, that fluttered over her young. He spread abroad his wings, he took them, he bare them on his pinions. Jehovah alone did lead him, and there was no foreign God with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, and he did not eat, and he did not eat the increase of the field. He made him to suck honey out of the rock and oil out of the flinty rock. But of the herd, butter of the herd and milk of the flock, with fat of lambs and rams of the breed of Bashan and goats, with the finest of the wheat, and of the blood of the grape thou darkest wine. But Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxed fat, thou art grown thick, thou art become sleek. Then he forsook God who made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. They moved him to jealousy without strength. They moved him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto demons which were no God, to gods that they knew not, to new gods that came up of late, which your fathers dreaded not. Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that gave thee birth. And Jehovah saw it and abhorred them, because of the provocation of his sons and his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face with them, I will see what their end shall be, for they are very perverse, but for they are a very perverse generation, children in whom is no faithfulness. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those that are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. Fire is kindled in mine anger, and burneth unto the lowest soul, and devoured the earth with its increase, and set it on fire the foundations of mountains. I will heap evils upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. They shall be wasted with hunger and devoured with burning heat and bitter destruction, and the teeth of beasts will I send upon them, with the poison of crawling things of the dust. Without shall the sword bereave, and in the chambers terror. It shall destroy both young men and virgin, the suckling with the man of gray hairs. I said, I will scatter them afar. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Were it not that I feared the provocation of the enemy, lest their adversaries should judge amiss, lest they should say, our hand is exalted. And Jehovah hath not done all of this, and they are a nation void of counsel. There is no understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two, but put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and Jehovah had delivered them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of serpents, and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in store with me, sealed up among my treasures? Vengeance is mine, and recompense. Vengeance is mine, and recompense. At the time when their foot shall slide, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that are to come upon them shall make haste. For Jehovah will judge his people and repent himself for his servants, and he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none remaining shut up or left at large. And he will say, where are their gods? The rock in which they took refuge, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drink the wine of their drink offering. Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he. and there is no God with me. I kill, I make alive, I wound, and I heal, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift my hand to heaven and say, as I live forever, if I wet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to mine adversaries, and will recompense them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, with the blood of the slain and the captives, so in the head of the leaders of the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will make expiation for his land, for his people. And Moses came and spake all of these words of this song in the ears of the people. He and Hoshea, the son of Nun. And Moses made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel. He said unto them, set your heart unto all the words which I testify unto you this day, which ye shall command your children to observe to do, even all the words of this law. For it is no vain thing for you to, because it is your life, and through this thing ye shall prolong your days in the land, whether ye go over the Jordan to possess it. And Jehovah spake unto Moses that self same day, saying, Deuteronomy 32:49. Get thee up into the mountain of Abiram, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho. And behold, the land of Canaan, which is give unto the children of Israel for possession. And die in the mount whither thou goest up, and be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto this people, because ye trespassed against me in the midst of the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah of Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because ye sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Israel. For thou shalt see the land before thee, but thou shalt not go thither into the land which I give the children of Israel. And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, Deuteronomy 33. And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, Jehovah came from Sinai and rose from Seir unto them. He shined through the he shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came from the 10,000s of holy ones. At his right hand was a fiery law for them. Yet he loveth the people. All his saints are in thy hand. And I sat down at thy feet, and one shall receive of thy words. Moses commanded us a law and inheritance for the assembly of Jacob. And he was king in Jeshurun. When the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together, let Reuben live and not die, nor let his men be few. And this is the blessings of Judah. And he said, hear Jehovah the voice of Judah, and bring him unto his people. With his hands he contended for himself, and thou shalt be a help against his adversaries. And of Levi he said, tie thy thummim, I don't know if that's the right, and thy Urim are with thy godly one, whom thou didst prove at Massa, with whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and of his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor did he know his own children. For they have observed thy word and kept the covenant. They shall teach Jacob thine ordinances, and Israel thy law. And they shall put incense before thee, a whole burnt offering upon thy offer. Bless Jehovah his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise up against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. Of Benjamin he said, the beloved of Jehovah shall dwell in safety by him. He covereth him all the day long, and he dwelleth between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed of Jehovah be his land. Blessed of Jehovah be his land. For the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that coucheth beneath, and for the precious things, the fruits of the sun, and for the precious things of the growth of the moons, and the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of everlasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, and the goodwill of him that dwelt in the bush, and the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of the head of him who that was separate from his brethren. The firstling of his her majesty is his, and his horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he shall push the peoples, all of them, even the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun, he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. They shall call the peoples unto the mountain. There shall they offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck the abundance of all the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. And of Gad, he said, Blessed be that enlargeth Gad. He dwelleth as a lioness, and teareth the arm, yea, the crown of the head, and he provided the first part for himself. For there was the lawgiver's portion reserved, and he came with the heads of the people. He executed the righteousness of Jehovah, and his ordinances with Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that leapeth forth from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full with the blessing of Jehovah, possess thou the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Blessed be Asher with children, let him be acceptable unto his brethren, and let him dip his foot in the oil. Thy bar shall be iron and brass, and as thy days, so shall thy strength be. There is none like unto God, O Jeshurun, who rideth upon the heavens for the help, and in his excellency on the skies. The eternal God is thy dwelling place, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he thrust out the enemy from before thee, and said, Destroy, and Israel dwelleth in the land, and Israel dwelleth in safety, the fountain of Jacob alone, in the land of grain and new wine. Yet his heavens drop down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto thee, a people saved by Jehovah, the shield of thy help, and the sword of thy excellency. And thy enemies shall submit themselves unto thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab. Last chapter. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab unto Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho. And Jehovah showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan, and all Naphtali, in the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah unto the hinder sea, and the south, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, unto Zor. And Jehovah said unto him, This is the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, saying, I will give it unto thy seed. I have caused thee to see it with thine eyes, but thou shalt not go over thither. So Moses, the servant of Jehovah, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of Jehovah, and he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab over against Beth-bor. But no man knoweth of his sepulture unto this day. And Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural face abated. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. So the days of weeping in the morning for Moses were ended. And Joshua, the son of Nun, was full of spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him, and the children of Israel hearkened unto him, and did as Jehovah commanded Moses. And there had not arisen a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, whom Jehovah knew face to face. And all the signs and the wonders which Jehovah sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to his servants, and to all his land, and all the mighty hand, and in all the great terror which Moses wrought in the sight of all Israel. All right, thank y'all for chilling with me. Tell me you crazy, his goodness. Let me tell y'all something real quick. Moses was not the son of where he got to. Remember, he started a little baby, and he was like, and then they put him in a basket because they was like, oh, I'm living the phony life. I don't got nothing. He need a better life. And he went on that, and it's like, oh, we found another son. Oh, we play with, we gonna make him mine, whatever. And he grew up in that house. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in that house, son. And so what I'm trying to tell, is that he grew up in that house, and yet he said, fuck y'all, this ain't right with God. You know what I'm saying? This ain't right. And he followed him and lived to be 120 years old. I gotta understand, sometimes you can't take your family with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I don't care if you isn't my stepmama. I ain't calling you my real mom. She down the street. I know who my mama is. I know I'm not, Pharaoh. I'm not down with my stepdaddy. My brother acting stank. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm about to follow Jesus. He about to get us the hell out of here. So, kamsahamnida.